It was a very normal evening, no different from others. Silence reigned in the palace, everywhere except in one room. In a spacious hall, a young couple, a blonde man and a pink girl, were making love. Characteristic sounds could be heard through the ajar door. The young people were really having fun with each other. A girl passing by in the hallway at that moment heard these sounds and immediately covered her mouth with her hands, hoping they wouldn't notice her. She fell to her knees in shock, trying to hold back tears. An image immediately appeared before her eyes. Her standing in a beautiful wedding dress, and next to her, a blonde young man. However, she knew that right now, behind that door, her husband was cheating on her. Meanwhile, 10 hours earlier, preparations for the celebration were in full swing at the palace. Rihanna was also preparing to go out in public, trying on beautiful jewelry. When the girl was ready, she went out with the maids, and they informed her that all preparations for the party had been completed. Rihanna thought aloud that she and her husband had been together for 5 years. So everything should be perfect. Then one of the maids asked where the master was, because they hadn't seen him for a long time. The girl offered to look for her husband herself and ordered the others to check all the preparations again. Soon she reached her husband's office, but he wasn't there. The girl walked around the room, wondering where he might have gone. Suddenly, she saw a box on his desk. When Rihanna opened it, she saw inside a beautiful black necklace with a large gemstone in the middle. The girl gasped in surprise upon seeing such a beautiful peridot decoration, noting that her husband clearly had good taste. For the last few days, she had felt like they were drifting apart due to their worries about the vacation. So the girl decided to close the box and pretend she hadn't seen anything. Soon the celebration began. Guests arrived at the palace. Rihanna walked through the hall looking for her husband in the crowd. She saw him in the company of 2 men. When the girl approached him, she was surprised he had been there this whole time. Then the man leaned towards her to greet her and then kissed her gently on the forehead. Rihanna smiled shyly and gently stroked the area where he had kissed her. At that moment, one of the guests, Lady McCarty, approached them, congratulated the couple on their 5th wedding anniversary, and also told them that she had prepared a gift for my lady. The girl handed her the box, hoping she would like the gift. Rihanna opened the box and inside saw a beautiful necklace with red and pink stones, noting that the gift prepared by her husband, George, was also a necklace. Lady McCarthy asked surprised, did my lady really not like the gift? However, Rihanna quickly reassured her, telling her that the jewelry was incredibly beautiful. And then the guest invited her to try them on right away. The maid helped the girl fasten the necklace, although she herself didn't really feel like it, since she wasn't planning on wearing anything today because of George's gift. But when the jewelry was already around her neck, all the nearby guests admired it and said it was literally created for her. After this, Rihanna went to look for her husband again, who was again busy communicating with the guests. Then the girl asked where Lisbeth was, to which the maid suggested she would arrive any moment. Rihanna wanted Lizzie, her dear little sister, to be with her on such a lovely day. Soon a young woman with green eyes and long pink hair, dressed in an elegant black dress, arrived in the hallway. And Pink, seeing her sister, she immediately ran to her to hug her. However, at that moment, Rihanna's gaze fell upon her neck, which sported the same necklace she saw in her husband's office. Her eyes immediately filled with tears, and she slowly began to understand. Her husband was cheating on her with her younger twin. However, Lisbeth behaved as usual, greeted her sister, and apologized for being late. Instead of returning the greeting, Rihanna asked where the girl got the necklace from. Lisbeth just smiled as if nothing had happened and said it was given to her. Then Lady McCarthy asked if the girl really liked someone, but she replied that it was a secret. After all, today the main star of this evening is her sister. Lisbeth approached Rihanna and congratulated her on her 5th wedding anniversary. The lady of the palace was a little embarrassed, but still thanked her sister for her congratulations. George soon joined the conversation and greeted Lisbeth. The girl congratulated him on his anniversary and thanked him for taking care of her sister for 5 years. George gently stroked Lisbeth's head expressing gratitude for being with them all these years. Seeing this, Rihanna couldn't even stay standing. She fell to her knees and Lady McCarthy, standing next to her, helped her and asked if Lady Royd was okay. George and Lisbeth immediately rushed to the girl, trying to help her. But Rihanna just downplayed it and said everything was fine, just that she hadn't slept well these past few days. She said she would rest a bit and definitely feel better. Then Lisbeth handed her a box with a gift, telling her that this year she wanted to take care of her sister. Rihanna wondered why she was suddenly doing this. Was she really feeling guilty about sleeping with her husband? When the girl opened the box, she smiled upon seeing a peridot brooch there. Lisbeth said that this is a piece of her stone. It symbolizes the happiness of the young couple. She asked George if he had prepared a gift for his wife, and the man replied that he would give it to her later, advising Lisbeth not to worry so much. The girl just replied that she had nothing to worry about because she knew how much George loved his wife. Soon night fell. The guests began to leave slowly. Lisbeth praised her sister, saying she did a good job today and also invited her to dinner. But Rihanna said she wasn't feeling well and planned to rest well. She said Lisbeth could have dinner with her husband. Returning to the palace, Rihanna understood that she had to think about it calmly because she had no clear proof of their romance. She simply couldn't believe it was possible. She headed to her husband's office, intending to find the box with the necklace. However, when she approached his desk, the box was no longer there. At that moment, George himself entered the office. He asked what Rihanna was doing here, to which she replied that she was waiting for him. The man didn't understand why she needed him. Then the girl remembered his words during the holidays that he had prepared a gift for her. She asked him if he could give it to her now. George immediately hesitated, unsure what to answer. Then he said he had ordered a dress for his wife, but it hadn't been delivered yet. He explained that it was an overseas order, and when the sea is rough, you have to wait quite a long time. George hugged Rihanna and apologized for not ordering the dress sooner. The girl replied that she had nothing to worry about. She said she had also prepared something for him and intended to show it to him tonight. Rihanna asked if he could come into her room because today was a special day. But George just backed away, saying he wasn't feeling well today anyway. So it would be better if they postponed this idea. Soon night fell. Rihanna lay alone in her bed, but she didn't feel like sleeping at all. Then she got out of bed, wondering what George might be doing at that moment. The girl went to her husband's room, thinking to herself that she was simply going crazy, because he was incapable of cheating on her, especially with her sister. However, when she approached his door and looked inside, she saw what she feared most. Her husband was spending the night with Lisbeth, her twin sister. He told the girl how much he loved her, and Rihanna listened to every word. However, not wanting to stay there any longer, the girl returned to her room and sat on the bed until morning. She knew that now she would have to accept that the two of them were having an affair. However, she didn't feel sad. Her eyes filled with a desire for revenge. She was thinking about what she should do. They had no children, so if she wanted a divorce, the process wouldn't be that long. However, she had no intention of letting him get away with cheating. Rihanna was determined to achieve her revenge at all costs. When it was time for breakfast, the maid noticed that the lady was too pale. And Rihanna thought to herself that she couldn't act alone, she needed an assistant. Mrs. Bennigan's was George's personal maid, and besides, 90% of the assets would be on his side. And there was a high probability that they already knew everything and were simply hiding it from the girl. Then Rihanna approached Margaret, the maid, and asked her to see her later. The girl didn't understand why the lady suddenly decided to call her. The lady said it would be an important matter. At that moment, George entered the dining room and greeted his wife, yawning sluggishly. He asked how she slept, to which Rihanna replied that the night had been very bad. George asked what the reason was for this, since he even let her relax that night. Rihanna decided to remain silent, clenching her fists in anger, and then noticed that her husband looked pale. She added that apparently he hadn't slept either today. George simply looked away and said that he slept very deeply last night. At that moment, Lisbeth entered the room and greeted her sister and Count Royd. The girl said she had slept off several months' worth in advance. Rihanna simply replied that she didn't sleep so well today. Lisbeth pointed out that judging by her poor appearance, this was not surprising. But then she smiled and said that Rihanna should eat and sleep well because she already wanted to see her nephew. The girl decided not to answer this, and for a while the three of them had breakfast in silence. But soon Rihanna decided to start a conversation about the person who gave the necklace to Lisbeth. George immediately lost his breath in fear. Then Lisbeth asked if it was the peridot necklace her sister was talking about. Rihanna nodded, and then the girl decided to change the subject, saying it was better for her to wait until she could introduce this man to her sister herself, as they had. Agreed. The lady thought that was what she wanted to do until she caught these two together. Then she said that her sister was already 23 years old, and it had been 5 years since she got married. The girl added that all this time she believed she would be much more indifferent towards her sister. But she still understood that it would be terrible if she didn't get married. Lisbeth and George listened to Rihanna in silence, not knowing what to answer. Then the girl thanked her older sister for her care, but added that she was not yet thinking about getting married. However, before she could finish speaking, Rihanna firmly told her to bring the boy she was going to marry. Seeing the confusion on her sister's face, the girls asked her what she was avoiding so diligently. She added that it seems Lisbeth never wants them to meet him. Then Rihanna turned to her husband and asked what he thought about it. But the man just smiled, trying to avoid answering. Then Lisbeth burst into tears, reminding her sister of her recent divorce, and saying that she didn't want to rush into such things so as not to get hurt again. The girl got up from the table, apologized for ruining everyone's mood, and hurried away. George immediately followed her, with the intention of stopping Lisbeth. He turned to his wife and told her that it was her fault the girl was in that state now. Rihanna just looked at her husband silently, thinking that her only mistake was meeting them. All future sins would be her fault, and she would do everything in her power to fully enjoy their downfall. After breakfast, Rihanna decided to take a bath and also meet Margaret as planned. The maid couldn't believe it was true that Lord Roy and Lady Lisbeth were in a relationship. Rihanna said that everything happened in this house, and that betrayal is not so easy to hide without the direct intervention of the servants. Then the girl gently touched Margaret's cheek, telling her that she was the only one she could trust. The maid burst into tears. Evidently, she did not expect such trust from her mistress. Then Rihanna asked if she could help her. Margaret immediately replied that she would accept anything if it helped her lady. Rihanna asked if she was worried about becoming a thorn in Lisbeth's side. Then the maid said that since the first day she was here, she had been her protégée, and that she would remain so in the future. The girl hugged Margaret and told her she was very happy to have her. When the lady came out of the bathroom, the maid decided to address her again, asking if she was thinking about divorce. To which Rihanna replied that she would definitely file for divorce after they dealt with George. Then the girl said she needed Margaret to do something for her. She whispered her wish into the maid's ear, and she was surprised that her mistress really wanted to do this. Lisbeth said she was getting married, so they had no choice but to help her with this. When the girl got ready, she went to the hall where her father's portrait hung. He was categorically against Rihanna's engagement to George. The man said that this child was from the Royd house, which had been raising officials for centuries. So he was alarmed that at his age, he still hadn't received a position in the ministry. He told his daughter that she should understand that if George turned out to be a complete idiot after the wedding, they wouldn't be able to interfere. And when Rihanna brought her fiancé home, the father did not express his displeasure. Instead, he invited him to take charge of managing his hotel along with his wife. But now Rihanna understood that her father was right, because George couldn't even pay the debt for the faith and the respect they had granted him. She destroyed his portrait together, saying that divorcing him would only be the first step. The girl was not going to let his carelessness get away with it. After that, she left the room, leaving the broken picture on the floor. The next day, during breakfast, George addressed Rihanna. He said he was going to tell her later, but decided to confess something now. The girl tensed up, thinking he wanted to talk about his betrayal. But then George said that this time he got the position. Rihanna wondered if her husband really went to the interview and didn't tell her anything. And then he said that he was hired for that position on the recommendation of Duke MacDonald. The girl clenched her fists in indignation. It turns out her husband was pulled in by nepotism and wasn't even surprised by such blatant incompetence of the people. However, she just smiled and congratulated her husband on the appointment, saying that her father would also be happy about it. George immediately praised him and said that now everyone recognized his abilities and potential, which neither his father nor his brothers knew. Lisbeth immediately rushed to the man and told him that they needed to celebrate by drinking good wine. The three of them poured the drink into their glasses, but Rihanna didn't look happy at all. Feeling her husband's hand on her shoulder, she thought the more she lost, the better it would be, because then despair would swallow her. Shortly after, Rihanna went out and Lisbeth accompanied her, wishing her luck in her work, and telling her that she was proud of how hard her sister was working. Then, Rihanna asked if her twin was okay, and she replied that she was going to Marquise Ezra's tea party. The girl advised her to be careful and went out the door. Lisbeth looked at her sadly. As soon as the lady left the house, the smile immediately disappeared from her younger sister's face. But when she realized that Rihanna was definitely gone, she headed inside the palace and walked carelessly through the halls. Soon she reached George's room, and the lovers immediately embraced. Lisbeth hurried to assure the man that Rihanna was gone now, so he had nothing to fear. The next moment, she forcefully threw George onto the bed and loomed over him, telling him that now he could only focus on her. After a while, the couple woke up in the same bed. The girl said with slight sadness that it was time to leave. Then George asked her to stay a little longer, and although Lisbeth tried to resist, the desire to stay with her lover was stronger. However, after a while, the girls still went to a tea party. The girls there were talking about how a famous pervert had returned again. Lisbeth didn't understand who they were talking about, and then they explained to her that a madman had been leaving strange letters for girls for the last 5 years. They also advised the girl to be careful. Lisbeth just smiled, only thinking that she wanted to go home so she could see George's face again. When she returned home, Rihanna invited her to sit in the garden with her and her husband. She had a question for her little sister. Then Rihanna took out the letter and said she found it yesterday on the way home. She assumed this letter was from the boy her sister was dating. Lisbeth was in shock. She didn't understand what the girl was talking about. And then Rihanna said she suppressed her curiosity strongly so as not to open the letter. Lisbeth immediately snatched the envelope from her sister's hands, saying it was her business. Soon the girl went to her room, closing the doors and making sure no one was near. She wondered who needed to write her letters. The content of the message shocked her. In it, the anonymous person said that Lady Lisbeth Norden was beautiful in her purple dress at the last dinner. She seduces him more every day, and tonight he was going to bury his nose in her snow-white neck with her beautiful necklace. Lisbeth furiously tore the letter and threw it in the trash, cursing out loud the madman who dared to write her something like that. After a while, when the two sisters crossed paths again, Rihanna asked the twin if she was serious about that boy. Lisbeth hesitated and asked why she was interested. Rihanna was annoyed by the question and said that Margaret had found something very interesting in her room. She showed her sister the reconstructed letter and told her that such a dirty message was found in a trash can, and that meeting its author after those words was simply unthinkable. Lisbeth looked down and said that at first she herself thought this letter was from him. But it turned out that similar letters were sent to all noble single ladies. Rihanna got up from the table shouting, not understanding how her twin could hide this. She shook her sister's shoulders, saying that the mere thought of such a person attacking her annoyed her. And then she added that she should get married as soon as possible. Lisbeth shouted in surprise. Then Rihanna asked the girl to bring that boy home this week, because he should also know about all this. But the girl only replied that this was impossible since she had already broken up with him. Rihanna was surprised when she asked how her sister felt after the breakup. Lisbeth looked away and said that this guy was just a fish in the ocean. Then Rihanna said that she couldn't allow her sister to be alone after what happened. She said she would try to quickly find a worthy partner for her. Lisbeth and George looked at each other nervously, but dared not say anything. When the couple were alone in the room, the girl angrily threw a pillow onto the bed, while the man tried to calm her down. But the lady was outraged. How could she be calm after something like that? It was as if Rihanna's record about marriage was stuck. After that pervert's letter, the idea that her sister should start a family got into her head. Then the girl, unable to bear her emotions, shouted about how her older sister infuriated her. George advised her not to worry so much, because Rhea was just talking nonsense. Tearfully, Lisbeth replied that they probably had to hurry up with their plan. Soon another festivity began in the palace. Guests danced to the music and had fun. George and his wife arrived in the hall dressed in luxurious outfits. The man saw Duke MacDonald and immediately rushed over to greet him. He introduced his wife, Rihanna, and the girl also greeted the guest and told him it was very kind of him to hire George. Then, Duke MacDonald replied that Earl Roy was doing an excellent job managing the Norden Hotel, and that good managers are excellent officials. Rihanna simply smiled in response to these words. If the Duke hadn't been a complete idiot, he would have known that all the successes were achieved thanks to her and her father's help. George was just a scarecrow. The girl was distracted from her thoughts by a woman standing on the balcony. It was Lisbeth looking mischievously at the couple, and especially at George. The man immediately moved away from his wife and told her he needed to go to the restroom. Making his way through the crowd, George headed straight for the balcony where his beloved had just been. She said she would go first and told the man to wait a bit and then follow her. George blushed, anticipating a pleasant time with the girl, and after a while followed her. Rihanna watched them closely from below and saw her husband disappear around the bend. Angry, she clenched her fists and turned towards the exit. Upon leaving, the girl closed the door behind her and let her feelings run wild. She thought she had already got over her husband's infidelities. But now, crying over what she saw, she realized that wasn't the case. George used dirty money to get a promotion. He was a normal idiot, and Rhea blamed herself for not realizing it sooner. The girl was distracted from her thoughts by a stranger who handed her a handkerchief. When Rihanna looked up, she saw a dark-haired young man. He told her that she should dry her tears. The girl smiled forcedly and took the cloth from the man's hands. She put a handkerchief to her eyes and thanked the stranger for his help. Suddenly, she saw embroidered letters on the cloth that read Alexander Esterhaz. Rhea immediately bowed to greet the guest of honor. After all, in front of her was none other than the son Esterhaz, His Majesty the Emperor. The man recognized the girl as Countess Royd and asked her why she was crying on such a beautiful day. But Rihanna said it was just a speck of dust that got in her eye. Then the emperor said that, apparently, the countess dared to stand upright in front of the ruler. But the girl apologized and replied that it was a personal matter. She asked forgiveness for interrupting the great son of the empire's walk and said she would be back. Rihanna immediately turned around and went inside, leaving the man alone. At that moment, a red-haired man approached the emperor. He asked why Lady Royd was crying. Was it really from happiness that her husband had become an official? But Alexander was not sure about this and added that they hadn't met again, yet so he could return her scarf. When Rhea returned to her rooms, she discussed everything with her maid. Margaret couldn't believe that the master was paying bribes. The lady realized that her husband had taken the finances from somewhere, or he had used the personal property of the Royd house, or he had wasted the assets of the Northern Hotel. She added that thanks to this letter, she and her father could get involved in all this, so they had to act more carefully. Rihanna asked Margaret to inform her if she found anything strange in George's room while cleaning. And she herself carefully reviewed the financial records of the family hotel. She also asked if the maid had time to prepare what they had agreed upon. Margaret replied affirmatively and added that there was only a week left before the gentleman started his new job. But she was forced to interrupt herself when another maid entered the room. She handed the Countess a drink against fatigue and told her she should drink it before bed. After tasting the broth, Rihanna noticed that it was slightly bitter, and the maid noted that apparently she had exceeded the amount of cabbage it contained. However, before the lady had time to reply anything, the cup fell from her hands and broke on the floor. The girl lost consciousness. The maids immediately rushed to her. They tried to bring the lady to her senses, but Rhea replied that everything was fine with her, only that her head hurt for no reason. Margaret was worried that she was having intense migraines again and suggested calling her family doctor. But she replied that she was fine because the family doctor said she just needed more rest. However, before she could finish speaking, a thought came to her mind. Rhea smiled and said it was just migraines. She said she had a full checkup with her family doctor, but everything was fine, so she would feel better soon. The maid who brought her the decoction asked the lady to inform her if the pain didn't go away. She soon left the room, leaving Rihanna and Margaret alone. Then the girl asked the maid to find her a doctor, but to do it secretly from the rest of the people in the Royd house. When everything was ready, the girl, accompanied by a maid, went to the doctor, introducing herself as Margaret Sand. According to her, she was tormented by severe migraines, as well as the absence of menstruation for 2 months. Then the man asked her if the girl was married, but she replied that she was not pregnant, since she hadn't had sex for quite some time. Rhea said that money was not a problem for her, so she asked the doctor to run all possible tests and examine her thoroughly. Shortly after, the girls left the doctor's office, and Margaret asked if the lady thought her family doctor had faked all the test results. Rihanna replied that he was the Royd's man, and she couldn't trust anyone from his house after her husband betrayed her. Margarita didn't know how to respond to this and decided to take her mistress's hands, thus expressing her support. After a while, the lady's carriage arrived back at the palace. Upon getting out, the girl was surprised by what she saw in front of her. In the courtyard, there was a young man dressed in a black suit. Margaret recognized him as Lord Nevith and was also surprised, not understanding what he was doing at the hotel. Rihanna suggested that he came here out of a desire to find new love, because 4 years had passed since the gentleman broke up with her sister Lisbeth. And it was a great time for a new beginning. Margaret was lost, but Rhea ordered her to go inside. Suddenly, the lady directed her attention to the coachman, who took them back to the hotel. The maid asked if everything was fine with the lady, but the girl replied that everything was fine, and went inside. After a while, Rihanna and Lisbeth met for tea, and then the younger twin asked if her sister was sick. Rhea was seriously surprised by this question. Lisbeth found out that she had gone to the city to see a doctor today and wondered if her sister wasn't feeling well. And then she added that she should have gone to the family doctor. Rihanna didn't know how to react to this, and then asked how Liz knew she had gone to the city. The girl replied that Margaret told her everything because they went together. Then Rhea thought that the maid couldn't tell her anything, and then she remembered that coachman. It seemed to her that she had already met him. Lisbeth asked why her sister wasn't reporting anything to her, if it was really serious. But Rihanna only replied that she wasn't sick, that Margaret needed a doctor, and that she was simply afraid to leave the ear in that state, and added with a smile that she wouldn't dare bother the family doctor because of a maid. Lisbeth smiled falsely upon realizing that everything was fine. She hugged her sister and told her she was very worried about her. When the tea party ended, Rhea reached her room and told Margaret that the coachman was secretly informing Liz about everything. She asked the maid to find her another carriage with a trustworthy coachman, but to keep it secret. Rihanna also asked Margaret to make sure that the doctor they went to also wouldn't say anything unnecessary, and also to explain to him that if someone offered him money, she could offer more. At that moment, the girl realized with horror that what worried her so much was reality. Her sister was watching her. Meanwhile, George's big day arrived. It was his first day of work. Rihanna helped him get ready, pretending to be sincerely happy for her husband. The man said he had always dreamed of being an official like his father and grandfather. At that moment, the girl helped tighten his tie, but apparently she tightened it too much. So George had difficulty breathing. Rihanna then apologized, saying she was just nervous. But then she wished her husband a wonderful day. Soon, the man arrived at his workplace, where he was immediately introduced to the rest of the workers. However, one of his colleagues distracted him from greetings by pointing at something next to him. It was a basket of flowers. The men assumed that Lady Royd had sent them to congratulate her husband. George took the flowers, but said that his wife was making a mountain out of a molehill. There was also a note in the bouquet, and when the man read it, his face twisted in horror. But noticing the concern of his colleagues, he said it was just a touching note from his wife. The men just laughed, and soon left George alone with a letter on which only one short sentence was written. "I know what you did." When George returned home, he immediately showed the note to Lisbeth, but she also wondered who it could be. The man was horrified and explained that the letter was sent to him along with flowers. Out of fear, he held the girl tightly with his hands, stammering and crying that they were following him. But Lee just grabbed his wrist tightly, telling him to calm down. But Roy did not give up. He feared that others would find out about their affair, or that someone would find out about his bribery of Duke MacDonald to take the position of Minister of Finance. Without letting him finish, Lisbeth slapped the man, forcing him to shut up. The girl looked at him with contempt and ordered him to finally pull himself together. Then George approached his beloved and began to sob. With tears in his eyes, he looked at her without understanding whose hands they were. Liz sat down next to him, trying to remain calm, and said it was just a small threat, and that these people still couldn't achieve anything without solid proof. She leaned towards the man, assuring him that no one could harm them. At that moment, Rihanna was spending time calmly in her room. Margaret asked her when she should send the next package. Then the lady said there was no point in sending threats too often. She wanted to send the scoundrels drop by drop to give them some time to get nervous. Rhea said that from today on, she would slowly push them towards the abyss of despair. Margaret also reported that her lover had received a letter from royalty from the Central Palace. The content of the letter surprised Rihanna. In it, the emperor asked her to come to the Central Palace to return the handkerchief. At the appointed time, the girl arrived at the palace, where Alexander was already waiting for her. He asked her if she knew why he called her here. Rhea was sure that it wasn't just that the man wanted to get his scarf back. Then the emperor chuckled and said that he actually just wanted to talk to the Duchess over dinner. The girl coldly replied that if this has anything to do with the tax office, then pay everything to the treasury every year. At that moment, Alexander asked with a smile if everything was transparent in Norden's financial statements. This question made Rihanna nervous because she didn't understand what George could have done. Then she swore to God that she had never done anything shameful. Alexander noted that not everything in the world is under his supervision. Rhea realized that, as she thought, George was conducting his transactions with the hotel's money. And the emperor knows that he was wasting the Nordens' money on bribes. So, the reason the emperor called her here today was because he was trying to find out if she was involved in this. Or not. Then the girl said that if something immoral happened out of her sight, regardless of whether it was her family or relatives, she would find the culprit and punish them severely. After all, nothing was more important to her than the Norden Hotel. She also apologized for not being able to return the scarf to the man herself. It had been rude of her to cause him so much trouble by unanimity. Alexander just smiled and said that this situation allowed them to meet and have lunch together today, and that he just wanted to chat with the lady. When Rihanna left the palace, the counselor went to the emperor and asked if such meetings were too dangerous. Because if Miss Roy was involved in the count's affairs, she would destroy all evidence as soon as she returned home. But Alexander, remembering her words, said he wasn't sure about that. Judging by Rihanna's behavior, her husband was caught up in something more than just dirty money dealings. If he were in Miss Royd's shoes, he would immediately hand over George. But if she doesn't do it herself, the emperor will never leave the Norden Hotel. Soon Rihanna and Margaret returned to the hotel. Inside the hall, George and Lisbeth were sitting at the table. The girl was surprised that her older sister returned so quickly, to which Rhea asked what the two of them were doing here. Then Liz said that George just wanted some advice on something. The man confirmed the girl's words and said he wanted to know her opinion on how this outfit would look on Rihanna. Then he opened the gift box and took out a long gray dress decorated with ruffles and jewelry. Lisbeth noted that this set looks perfect on her sister. Rihanna smiled and thanked her husband for the gift. However, as soon as she was alone, she immediately took scissors and cut the dress into small pieces, and then threw them in the trash. Margaret didn't understand why the lady had ruined such a beautiful dress. But Riaz just ordered her to immediately burn everything left of the outfit. Standing in front of the fireplace and watching pieces of fabric burn in the fire, the girl said that His Majesty knew about the machinations carried out by George. That's why he called her today to ask if she was involved in this. Margaret was perplexed why His Majesty asked everything directly, because there was a high probability that the lady would tell her husband everything. However, Rihanna said that if she wanted to protect the hotel from the Nordens, she had to expose everything to the Emperor to prove that George and Duke MacDonald acted together. Was the maid confused? Was her mistress asking her to betray her master? Rihanna replied that if Margaret chooses George over her husband and the hotel will be finished. Therefore, they needed to find all the evidence. To do this, they needed to thoroughly check George's room, and she, in turn, would carefully take care of the hotel. The next day, a tea party was held at the hotel, to which some noble ladies were invited. One of the guests said that her daughter would be getting married soon. The wedding will take place in a month, and the woman came here to invite Lady Roy to the celebration. The groom will be a son of the Nibeth house. The bride's mother said she would love to see Rihanna at the wedding, but she would not like to see her sister Lisbeth at the celebration, pointing out that, although she has nothing against her, many men also look at her with interest. She will distract their attention. But Rihanna only smiled back at Lady Shawbolt, saying she shouldn't worry about this. While Margaret and her lover were traveling in the carriage, the maid asked if Lady Shawbolt's daughter was really marrying the son of the Niveds. Rhea said that the girl shouldn't try to read her mind. She stated that it was just a wedding. Margaret agreed and said that everything that happened was already a thing of the past. Then Rihanna thought that the results of her tests should have returned, so they should go to the doctor in the afternoon to avoid meeting other people. Soon the girls reached their destination. Rhea opened the door and suddenly encountered a man at the entrance. The young man apologized, but then was very surprised to see Rihanna in front of him. The girl was perplexed because, after so long, she ran into him at this time. But she decided not to show it and congratulated the man on his engagement. She wanted to pass, but the young man took her hand. He said he would like to talk to Rihanna. When the two young people entered and sat down at the table, the girl asked what Count Nibbit wanted to talk to her about. He said they knew each other, so the girl could speak as she pleased, but Rhea said she saw no reason to speak freely with someone who was about to get married. Nibbit chuckled because the girl hadn't changed at all, but he still wanted to say something before getting married, and also find out how the lady was doing. After all, after one day, they hadn't had a sincere conversation with her anymore. Rihanna asked if it would seem strange for representatives whose houses had rejected the planned marriage to be dating. Then the man replied that the real reason why he broke off his engagement with Lisbeth, her sister, was something else. Rihanna didn't understand what he was talking about, so Nibeth explained. He said that he was presented with the fact that his marriage had been dissolved, and then Rihanna's impending marriage was announced. Lisbeth suddenly became upset upon learning about her sister's wedding. She asked the young man to break off the engagement, and when he refused, she started threatening him and harassing him in every possible way. Niveth said that she even wrote him a note with her own blood, which forced him to break the marriage contract with her. Lise constantly threatened to make his life hell if they got married. Rihanna couldn't believe that Lisbeth actually did this, but the man said that she didn't even know about her rotten nature. Then he asked if Rihanna noticed anything strange in her cohabitation with Liz and George. Without letting the girl answer, he said that Lisbeth was copying her. From the beginning, something was wrong in his relationship with Liz. Before, he and Rihanna were interested in each other, but they didn't even have time to realize their feelings due to her sister's absurd love. Niveth declared that Rhea allowed him to take possession of him. Rihanna was embarrassed and said that then there was nothing between them, that they weren't even dating. Although they were very close, the young man said it was Lisbeth who requested the engagement at his house, but before that they hadn't even communicated. Then the girl realized that she really hadn't thought about that before. One day, her sister told her that she had fallen in love with Lord Niveth at first sight at a ball. She said she saw nothing wrong with that because Rihanna didn't like him. Then, the man continued saying that after Liz found out about Rihanna's wedding, she immediately left him because she wasn't interested in him, as at that moment there was no possibility of anything more happening between him and her older sister. Lisbeth asked for marriage when Niveth and Rihanna's relationship began to turn into more than friends, but immediately abandoned him as soon as the girl married another man. Niveth advised the girl to be careful with her sister because she was abnormal, and one day she would stab him in the back. And even when Rihanna returned to her palace, thoughts about this did not leave her. But Lisbeth distracted her from them, wondering why her twin was so worried. Then the girl replied that something interesting happened yesterday. She said she had received an invitation to the wedding of Lord Niveth and Lady Showbolt. Liz just smiled and continued eating her food. Then Rhea asked if everything was fine with her sister, to which she replied that everything was in the past. Rihanna decided to ask why Liz broke up with the guy who gave her the necklace. Lisbeth only replied that they simply turned out to be very different because she fell in love at first sight and even gave up the engagement. But in reality, she wasn't ready for marriage. She felt that she had to be as careful as possible with such a choice. Rihanna smiled, agreeing with her twin, but still understood that one day Liz would have to settle down. And the girl assured her that she understood it herself. Then she moved her chair closer to her sister and told her that she really liked living with her. Lisbeth said she didn't want to part with her, so she wasn't in a hurry to get married. She put on an innocent face and asked if Rihanna was trying to marry her off because she was tired of her. But the girl just reassured her younger sister by telling her that it wasn't so. Then Liz remembered how Rhea took her home on her honeymoon when she broke up with Lord Niveth. It was then that she realized how much her older sister loved her. Rihanna said that they were not just sisters, they were twins, so her love for her was more than simple affection. Liz hugged her sister, telling her that she loved her too, but her crazy look said the opposite. At that moment, Rhea reached out her hand to Lisbeth's neck, intending to take off that very necklace. However, she was interrupted by a maid who entered the hall and reported that the master had returned. George was behind her, and Liz was about to run to him when she suddenly saw his condition. The man was drunk, smiled absurdly, and greeted the women. He said he had been drinking with his colleagues from the treasury. Lisbeth grabbed George's arm with the intention of accompanying him to the bedroom. But the man, without letting her finish, broke free and walked forward. He hugged Rihanna and said he was very happy to see his beloved wife. Liz looked at the couple with envy. She was clearly not happy that her lover suddenly directed his attention to his wife. Rihanna, forcing a smile, said she would try harder to see George so cheerful more often. Soon the man was sent to sleep, and when he woke up, Lisbeth was standing in front of him. George immediately worried because the girl shouldn't be here. But then Liz said that her sister asked her to wake him up and take the man to the hallway, while she herself prepared onion soup for the hangover. She added, disgusted, that she had to get up quickly, otherwise Rihanna might suspect something. Then the man approached his beloved and hugged her tightly, asking how long they would live like this. The girl replied with a smile that there wasn't much time left. She said that the final stage had already begun. When everyone was at the table, Rihanna said she would like to invite George's colleagues and share a meal together. It seemed to her that throughout this time, she had neglected her duties as a wife too much. Rhea said that at the same time, George would be able to show off to his colleagues and boost their morale. The man proudly declared that it was a very good idea, and, given that Rihanna was terrible as a wife, it was very kind of her to pay attention to this. After all, even if he doesn't talk about it, Rhea must understand everything by herself. And do it perfectly. The lady smiled mischievously and said she would definitely do everything correctly. She herself was going to see what would happen after your weeks. At that moment, something dripped onto the tablecloth, and Rihanna's nose began to bleed. George asked if the girl was okay, but she replied that she was just tired. Lisbeth helped her wipe away the blood and told her that her sister should rest more often. Shortly after, Rihanna returned to the doctor, and what he told her surprised her beyond imagination. The man said that if things continue this way, the girl will not live more than a year. He explained that for a long time they fed her a small amount of poison. All her symptoms indicated the initial stage of poisoning, but they were becoming more and more severe. And in the end, the girl would be paralyzed and then die. Margaret couldn't hold back tears of surprise and asked if there was any way to cure her mistress. The doctor said that first it was necessary to stop the absorption of the poison and asked the girl if she had any idea who in her circle could be adding the poison. Rihanna understood that this couldn't be done without the help of the servants. It's not hard to guess that they knew about this secret relationship. But she couldn't think that Lisbeth wanted to kill her and become the owner of the estate. She didn't understand when it all started. Have all these people really wished her a quick death during the 4 years of married life? At that moment, the girl couldn't stand it, and when she tried to get up from the chair, she immediately lost consciousness. They took Rihanna to bed, and Margaret looked after her the whole time. After a while, the girl woke up, and the maid immediately told her that the doctor was going to prepare an antidote that would cure the mistress. Then Rhea said that they needed to change their plan of action, since the idea of marrying Lisbeth off to another man turned out to be too boring. Now she couldn't even believe that she would let her survive. Now Rihanna wanted to force her to spend her life alongside her, so she could watch how her younger sister loses everything by her side. How she becomes unhappy, and afterwards she will kill her in the most painful way. The girl also added that if Margaret is afraid to continue, she can refuse. But the maid only knelt before her mistress, telling her that it was an honor for her to serve such a wonderful person as she, and that she would do it until the end. Rihanna was moved by these words, burst into tears, hugged the girl tightly to herself, and thanked her for staying with her no matter what. Margaret asked the lady not to cry, because she must become stronger. She assured that all sinners will get what they deserve. Then Rhea said that they should act as usual, without showing that they knew anything. When the whole trio gathered at a table again, Rihanna told her sister that she should no longer hurry to get married, which surprised her greatly. She said that lately she had been pressing Liz too much, and that Liz had just ended her previous relationship. George agreed and said that there was no reason to rush into marriage. Lisbeth was also happy, saying that she was very happy that they finally stopped pressing her. She also said that she would like to see Rihanna and George's son as soon as possible. Rhea couldn't believe if she really wanted to kill her and the child, but replied that she too would like to see him. However, the girl thought to herself that she wanted to see the cruel death even more, and infernal of her younger sister. After breakfast, Rihanna went out to accompany her husband to work. She said he looked great and wished him a good trip. When George left, Rhea called Margaret. She handed the maid her husband's treasury emblem, which he hid in his sleeve. Margaret was perplexed why the lady needed something so dear to the master. Then Rihanna asked the girl to take the emblem to the office. Soon Margaret met George, who asked her to tell his wife that he would be back late. And then the maid asked what business the master had planned. But the man said he wouldn't report to her and told her to say he had a meeting today. After waiting for George to leave, Margaret headed to the servants' bathroom. Rihanna asked her to learn about her husband's life in the treasury, as well as the reason why he is always late and drunk. And Margaret knew that there was no better place than the servants' bathroom to find out any news. The girl overheard that the Marquis of Beijing had been very angry recently. The maid said that apparently he was too angry with Count Norden, whom he despised so much. Soon Margaret reported everything she heard to her lover. Marquis Allegory Pickens came from a family that has long been famous for its knowledge in the field of exact sciences. Then she said that Margaret should receive something. It was an invitation to the upcoming banquet. Rihanna smiled because everything was getting more and more interesting. Meanwhile, George got drunk again. He walked down the street with a bottle of alcohol in his hands, leaning against the wall. Suddenly, a bunch of papers were thrown at him, shouting at him that it was complete nonsense. And that it didn't work. Marquis Pickens was furious. He said that this guy couldn't even complete an easy task. He couldn't believe they hired him based on recommendations. He pointed out that everyone who took a job on Duke MacDonald's recommendation is the same as George. In the afternoon, the man returned home. He couldn't walk alone, so the servants helped him. Rihanna asked him what happened, but George replied that a woman cannot understand men's problems. After waiting for her husband to calm down, the girl said that today she had found a very good book. It turned out it was written by Beijing's ancestors. Hearing this, George immediately jumped from his seat. Rihanna said that her husband was lucky to have such an intelligent family as a boss. She left his book on the table and said that George should read it whenever he wanted, after which he would respect the Marquis even more. When the man was left alone, angrily he threw the book against the wall. Rihanna, for her part, went down to the garden where Lisbeth was waiting for her. She told her younger sister that George had already fallen asleep after a hard day at work. Liz said that her son-in-law is being tormented too much by his boss at work. And Rhea seems too indifferent about it. Then the girl asked if the Marquis was really making fun of her husband. But Lisbeth replied that it was just a guess. But she still asked her older sister to pay a little attention to this. Rihanna just thanked her for the advice and said she planned to arrange something tomorrow. Meanwhile, a new day dawned. George went to work. His head was pounding, and he was counting the minutes until lunch. Suddenly, someone knocked on his office. It was Rihanna. She came with the maids, and the man didn't understand what she was doing here at this time. Then the girl said that she had come to thank the officials who work day and night for the emperor and for the whole country. There were cookies in the boxes the maids brought, and the lady encouraged everyone to serve themselves. But George didn't understand why it was so sudden. Rhea said that her husband has been too stressed by work lately, and that's why she wanted to tell him to take good care of himself. The man was embarrassed, unsure what to answer. Then the girl wished him a good rest of the day and set off herself. She said she was worried about leaving without seeing him. After talking to the stranger, the girl went out, thinking that all preparations were completed, and that she could only wait. Suddenly, the emperor approached her from behind and asked why Countess Norden had come here. The girl replied that she had come to see the treasury, but the man added that she, apparently, also wanted to pay tribute to her husband's team. Rihanna realized that someone was watching her, specifically the emperor's counselor. Alexander noticed that the girl apparently loves her husband very much. Rhea coldly replied that she was a wife, so she was doing her best. Then the emperor asked her if she had ever been betrayed by a man she loved with all her heart. He explained his interest by saying that he wanted to know what she would do in such a situation. Then the girl replied that she would return the favor so that this person would feel the same pain as her, or even feel it twice as strong. In response to this, the emperor wanted to develop this line of thought further. He said that he really liked that countess. Then Rihanna decided to ask the man the same question, and Alexander replied that he had been betrayed many times. The girl asked what she had done to them. However, the man could not speak of any great place, because that person had already passed away. Rhea hesitated a little, wishing that the man would not experience this again, and the emperor did the same. At that moment, the young people said goodbye. The man entered the building, leaving Rihanna alone. That evening, as expected, guests arrived at the hotel. George greeted them and thanked them for their visit. Those who came admired the interior of the estate, to which the man said that all this was thanks to his wife. Suddenly, one of the guests noticed that his plate was different from those served to the others. George immediately shouted at Rihanna, accusing her of ignorance, but the girl only calmly replied that she served this dish because she knew that the Countess maintains a vegetarian lifestyle. The girl admired Lady Royden's insight, but said there was nothing extraordinary about it. George immediately fell silent and realized that he had shouted at his wife in vain. Meanwhile, the guests noted that the Count must take care of such an affectionate wife, because both hotel and household chores rest on her shoulders. George was perplexed because he is the owner of the estate and the main character today. But Ray Hannah takes all the praise. At that moment, the servant reported that another guest had arrived. The Count was surprised because he hadn't invited anyone else. When he turned to look at the newcomer, he was even more surprised. It was Marquis Pickens. He apologized for being late and entered. Rihanna hurried to assure him that everything was fine. She seated the man in his place and asked him to join the meal. George immediately jumped from his seat and approached his wife, but at that moment, he met Pickens' gaze. He greeted the man clumsily and told him he didn't expect to see him today. Pickens then asked if he was against his presence, and George rushed to assure him that he wasn't serious, saying that he simply didn't believe that such a busy man would find time for such an event. The man asked if that was the reason why he wasn't invited, because if he hadn't run into Lady Roy, he wouldn't have known about the banquet. George was surprised when only Rihanna managed to visit the treasury, and then remembered that the other day she came to give him cookies. He got angry, thinking that after that she should have left instead of inviting his boss to the banquet. Then Pickens asked why the young man was so confused. Is it really because he didn't invite him not by mistake, but on purpose? George lowered his gaze and said he would not allow such insolence. Pickens chuckled because, despite all his stupidity, there was still some culture in him. George did not answer, thinking to himself that everything was lost. When the guests tasted the dishes, they noticed that Rihanna had prepared excellent desserts. George was about to exhale in relief, deciding that everyone would leave now. But then Rhea invited the guests to walk around the mansion. She said it would be great to show them the collection in the living room. The guests were surprised, not understanding what kind of collection they were talking about. Then the girl led them to a room that looked more like a library. She said that she collected valuable ancient literature and gave each guest a book they liked. The guests admired the wonderful interior of the hotel and the noble hobby of the Countess. Soon the guests dispersed to inspect the books, and then Count Pickens noticed a binding that seemed familiar to him. Taking the book in his hands, he realized that this was the same work that his father had written. Being a scientist, he did not expect to see it here. However, when the man opened the book, he suddenly began to tremble, and his face twisted with anger. The book contained notes written by Mr. Royden. But before the young man had time to object, Pickens threw the book at him. Upon opening it, George saw pages covered with unpleasant phrases about the author and the work itself. Then he remembered that he wrote them that day. He came home drunk and then completely forgot about the matter. He tried to justify himself, but Pickens didn't even want to listen to him because it was clearly his handwriting. The man knew that George did not consider him his boss, but he could not even think that he would dare to insult his family with such insolence. This was inciting a conflict with the Pickens family. George dared to humiliate his father, the chancellor, so that from now on his life in the treasury would not be peaceful. Then the Count fell to his knees, holding his boss's trousers with his hands, and begging for forgiveness. But Pickens just patted his hands, saying he didn't want to stay here for another minute. When the man left, the rest of the guests hurried out of the room after him, asking the Countess not to accompany them. Rihanna said goodbye to everyone as she watched the guests leave her house. When everyone left, she turned to her husband and asked if he was okay. The man shouted in response to a stupid question, because his life as an official was over. He blamed his wife for everything, and for the fact that she brought this unfortunate book into the house. When George fell to the floor, Brianna couldn't help but smile upon realizing that this was far from the end of his suffering. She couldn't finish with such a small thing. She turned to her husband and asked him to calm down. The girl said that she hadn't finished anything yet because she is always ready to support her husband. Then George came over to hug his wife and apologized for shouting at her. Rhea only told him that when it came to her husband, there was nothing she couldn't do. The next day, the girl decided to take a bath filled with rose petals. Margaret congratulated her, saying that it was the first time she had seen her mistress smile. And this made her very happy in her soul, and Rihanna understood that this was only the beginning of her plan. Meanwhile, George headed to the treasury. Standing on the threshold, he remembered his wife's words. She told him that admitting he was wrong and asking for forgiveness is an act of a true man. George thought Rhea was right. Everyone should understand it, because he was young and had just made a mistake. As the man headed to the boss's office, his colleagues followed him with suspicious looks. He took the paper from his desk and walked resolutely towards Pickens' office. Meanwhile, Rihanna obtained documents confirming her husband's machinations that, as it turned out, he hid the hotel's capital. The girl, angry, noted that it was very brave of him to do this. Then she asked to hide all reports and keep them secret. Rhea assured the servants that she was not going to cover up for her husband. However, to break him completely, she had to wait for the right moment. Very soon a tax audit will take place, and the documents must not fall into the wrong hands. The maid noted that they couldn't hide forever, but Rihanna was in a hurry to assure that she had a plan, and that everyone else just needed to follow her orders. Meanwhile, George entered Pickens' office and said that he had finished his report, and that he would also like to speak to the boss. However, the man immediately threw all the papers on the floor, saying that it was garbage. Not a report. George looked at his feet in amazement and then bent down to pick up the sheets of paper. He asked the boss to point out what was wrong with his report. Then Pickens stood up and stepped on the papers with his shoe. He looked at the young man with contempt and asked if he now understood what was wrong with the report. Then George shouted that this was too much, because the boss is obliged to point out the mistakes of his subordinates and how to correct them. Hearing the words about the boss, Pekin just smiled. He grabbed the young man by the chest and asked if, in principle, he considered him his boss. George said there was a misunderstanding between them, but these words only angered Pekin more. He again reminded him of those offensive inscriptions in the book. The young man desperately asked the boss to calm down, but he kept shouting. Pekin said that if he continues to make excuses, he can leave the treasury immediately. However, George remained firm, having no intention of leaving, and then the man shouted that he wouldn't repeat himself twice. Deciding not to answer anything, the Count turned around and left the office amidst the surprised looks of his colleagues. When night fell, Lisbeth walked through the palace without worry. She found George in the dining room, sitting alone in complete silence, not wanting to talk about what had happened. Then the girl pressed her foot with her shoe against him, and this time asked more rudely what the man was doing here. George replied that his boss had gone crazy and that he could no longer work in the treasury. He said he would write a letter of resignation because he already had enough money to live in abundance for a long time. Then he asked Liz where she went so early. At that moment, Rihanna entered the dining room and overheard their conversation. She asked him why he said he was going to quit his job. Then the man, angry, slammed his fist on the table, saying that Pickens had thrown away the report he had been writing for 4 days and nights, and then shouted at him not to appear in the treasury anymore. He sighed and said that now he could take care of the hotel. Rihanna smiled nervously, thinking that her husband was crazy to think about managing a hotel. She said that it was rumored in social circles that George had insulted his boss, and then had a fight with him. Then the girl took his hand and told him that it didn't matter who was right and who wasn't, because in the end, he could no longer work where he dreamed. George understood this, but he had already ruined things and now didn't know how to get out of it. Then Rhea said that he should go to the marquis and ask for forgiveness and even kneel if necessary. Hearing this, George shouted because he is an aristocrat, the head of the Royden family. He cannot afford this. Then Rihanna remembered that yesterday he had already knelt in front of everyone. The man simply ignored that it was a completely different situation. And he simply had no other choice. He shouted that he would not be able to bow his head while in his right mind. Then he quickly left the room. Liz shouted at him, but the man didn't react. Then the girl turned to her older sister, and her face stretched into a smile. She asked how she had been feeling lately. Rihanna clenched her fists in anger and asked why her sister suddenly asked about her condition. Liz replied that her sister always seemed tired, as if in pain. Ria's only replied that she was taking care of the guests, and that's why she was a little tired. Then Lisbeth said that she was also worried about her son-in-law, because inwardly he is a very vulnerable person. You cannot force him to humiliate himself like that in front of his boss. The girl took her younger sister by the shoulder and told her that the humiliation would only last a moment. But the position would remain for life. And if you think about everything from the perspective of George's wife, who will live with him all her life, it will be clear what the best course of action would be. Then Ria left the room, leaving her sister alone with her thoughts. That night, while Liz and George were in the same bed, she told him that Rihanna's proposal wasn't so bad. George shouted, not understanding why his lover also wanted him to kneel. Then Lisbeth said that it would be difficult for her to find a new job, and she wanted to be the wife of a man she could be proud of. And not ashamed. She kissed the young man, asking him not to make her blush because of her. The girl gently stroked George's cheek and told him she believed in him. The next day, while Rihanna was calmly having tea, Margaret knocked on her room. She said that the gentleman had gone to work. Meanwhile, George decided to follow the advice and knelt in front of Pekin, catching the surprised looks of his colleagues. He said he had made a mistake and asked the boss for forgiveness. But Pickens only ordered him to get up from his knees, saying that wouldn't help him. However, George remained on his knees, apologizing for the incident over the weekend at the mansion. And for yesterday's report. Then Pickens shouted at him to get up quickly, because no one wanted to look at him on his knees. He said that the problem is not just a fight with him, but that George's skills are simply terrible. He is the shame of the entire treasury, taken by recommendation. At that moment, Rihanna and Margaret were sitting at the chessboard, and the girl asked if Marquis Pickens could really forgive the master. Then Ria said that they had to make George apologize until the boss forgave him. No matter how much time and effort it took. Let him do everything possible to keep his position, because what will be his despair when he finally loses it? Due to the feelings overwhelming her, the girl pushed the chess piece so hard that it flew to the floor. And broke. Then Rihanna got up from the table and said that today they needed to visit the hospital. She needed to check something. Soon the girls arrived at the doctor's. The man said that the patient's condition had improved. He said that her headaches were getting better, so the doctor asked her to continue taking the same medication. Then Rihanna asked him if anyone had come to ask about her health. The doctor replied that her younger sister, Margaret Sand, had come to see him yesterday. And Ria began to think that her maid was the only child of the family. The man added that the girl said her sister wasn't feeling well, but didn't want to share it with her family. Then Rihanna asked what the doctor told her. The man rushed to assure her that information about any patient is a medical secret that is not disclosed even to relatives. Therefore, he lied, saying that the girl was slightly overworked. Rihanna thanked him and asked him to continue not telling anyone about her condition. When evening came, George entered the dining room for dinner with the others and said he had done everything Rihanna asked him to. The man slammed his fist on the table and said that he fell to his knees and asked for forgiveness with a sober mind. According to him, the entire treasury was present in the office. However, the Marquis did not forgive him. He was a ruthless and cruel person, so George was determined to take revenge on him. Then Ria said that revenge is good and she would love to see it. But in reality, she had an image of her own revenge in mind. George proudly replied that he would definitely show her this picture, if only she waited a little longer. He took his wife's hand, and this image infuriated Lisbeth, who was sitting at the table with them. Soon the day of Lady Chevald's wedding arrived, and Rihanna and George arrived at the church for the ceremony. The butler greeted them, asked the lady to show him the invitation. But for some reason, the girl couldn't find it in her purse. Then the young man said that he would check the guest list himself. Rhea thought about it. She definitely remembered accepting the invitation when she left home. But George was not happy. He didn't understand how his wife could forget something so important. The girl asked him to calm down and not draw unnecessary attention after that incident in the treasury. Soon the butler returned to the couple and told them that their names were on the list, so they could enter. The bride was already waiting for them inside and greeted Countess Royden. Rihanna congratulated the girl on her wedding and wished her good luck. However, at that moment, someone called her from behind. When Ryaset turned around, she saw Lisbeth dressed in a formal red dress. The bride became very angry when she saw the same girl who broke off her engagement with her future husband 4 years ago. Rihanna immediately ran to her sister and asked what she was doing here. To which Liz replied, in an innocent voice, that she had come to congratulate Lady Scobald on her wedding. Rhea grabbed her hand and dragged her towards the exit. When the girls went outside, Liz said she didn't understand why her sister was so angry. Rihanna asked how the girl got here without an invitation. Then Lisbeth took out the envelope with the invitation, saying that her sister had forgotten it at home. At that moment, Rhea realized who was to blame for the disappearance. Her thoughts were interrupted when George ran up to the girls. He asked Rihanna for an explanation of what was happening here. Then Lisbeth said that the whole situation offended her greatly. She said she just came to give her sister an invitation and that she dragged her out as soon as she entered. George put his arm around the girl's shoulders, saying that Rhea was too strict with her sister. The girl did not answer this. She simply walked past them, asking her husband to take Liz away. And she herself would go to apologize to the bride. As soon as Rihanna disappeared around the corner, the innocent expression immediately disappeared from Lisbeth's face. George asked her why she came uninvited. Then Liz said that she did it on purpose because she wanted to see her sister's distracted appearance. George noticed that the girl apparently didn't like her twin much. Then the girl said that she felt such strong hatred for her for a long time that she was ready to kill her. Liz didn't like the fact of being born a twin sister, and besides, younger, only because she was born 5 minutes later. She had to endure a place in Rihanna's shadow. Rhea was the only one who could claim her mother's love. She received the right to manage her father's hotel, the right to love, and opportunities in life. And everything that Rihanna took from her, Liz wanted to get back, one way or another. And if necessary, she was ready to stab her in the back. Meanwhile, the wedding ceremony began. The priest swore an oath, and the newlyweds swore love and fidelity to each other. Then they were declared husband and wife, and the guests were asked to bless the future of this couple. Rihanna reflected that she too was very happy at her wedding. All she wanted was ordinary happiness, and now nothing is left of this desire. Only a feeling of betrayal. But she was not going to give up. She would still see who would laugh last. When the ceremony ended, everyone returned to their homes. George asked his wife if everything was fine before the next tax audit. To which Rihanna replied affirmatively. She noticed that the man looked scared. Then he asked if they had any reason to worry, but George just said that this time the check would be more thorough. Rihanna understood that it was true. It was the first time the Treasury had collected so many documents. She made sure the information didn't leak, but she didn't know how long they would last. Then the girl asked Margaret to pass something on to His Majesty. Soon Rihanna arrived at the Emperor's palace. They greeted each other respectfully, and the man asked the girl to take a seat. Alexander thanked her for accepting the invitation. Sitting at the table, Rihanna noticed that all the dishes were served cold. Then the man said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked how the girl had been all this time. Rihanna replied that it was tax season, so she was very busy. Therefore, the emperor could not expect unpleasant surprises. Rihanna added that her love for the Hotel Norden is so deep that she will not falter even before a huge amount of money. This can happen once in 10,000 years, but not while she is alive. Alexander smiled and said that this was a worthy answer. Then he got up from his desk, approached the girl from behind, and asked where she ended up hiding the documents. He remembered her words that he would severely punish the culprit if an unpleasant situation occurred out of her sight. Then the emperor noted that, apparently, as a result of the tax audit, the countess's opinion had changed. Rihanna, after a brief silence, replied that no changes had occurred. She asked for today's meeting because she had a request. Alexander was surprised by this answer. Then Rhea said that, if the emperor promised her that the Hotel Norden would not suffer under any circumstances, she would provide him with everything he needed in state matters, even if it was her husband's honor or his life. She suggested that His Majesty did not need the hotel. He wanted the collapse of Duke MacDonald. The emperor confirmed her words, and Rihanna said that if a man wants to use her husband to crush the duke, she will not interfere with this and will even help him. Alexander was very interested in this proposal, but he asked if the girl would be condemned after such an act. Then Rihanna said that Earl Royden was the first to betray her. Alexander asked her how she was going to take revenge on him, because if the count fell, his countess would follow. The girl replied that she was planning a divorce. The emperor pointed out that, apparently, the feeling of betrayal over the illegal possession of the inn was very strong. Then Rhea said that there was another reason. He was cheating on her with another woman. While thinking about the divorce, another problem arose. The emperor expressed his regret, and the girl noticed that it was the first time she had told anyone about this. And surprisingly, her heart felt better. Then, the man promised that the Norden Hotel would not suffer. And if Rihanna was sure that she was not involved in these matters, then he would return the illegally stolen money, even if he had to return it from his own pocket. Hearing this, the emperor's counselor covered his face with his hand. Rihanna pointed out that this was too generous an offer, and she would not want to use the sovereign's property so blatantly. She wanted the culprit to return the loss to her, no matter what, but it was necessary to demand the stolen amount from the interested party. Then the man said that it would be so. He promised to help her if necessary, because now they had a business relationship. Rihanna thought that there was nothing safer than cooperating with the emperor, and thanked him. Soon George reported that the tax audit had ended successfully. He suggested drinking champagne on this occasion, and Rihanna agreed. But Lisbeth suggested postponing the celebration, since now was the time when they should give up alcohol. Then George remembered that today was the anniversary of his father's death. He immediately turned to Rihanna with displeasure and asked if she was preparing for the wake. Apparently, she forgot about it. George wanted this year to be better than the last, since this was the first wake since he was appointed to service. Rihanna clarified what she meant, but the man said that the wife should think about it herself, and asked her to prepare samples and then show them to him. The girl was in a stupor, and George, as if nothing had happened, said that he could not get away with just one draft. Hearing the man scolding his sister, Liz smiled, and Rihanna said she didn't expect such concern. Because when George's father died, he didn't even come to say goodbye to him. The man's face immediately twisted with anger. Was he really judging him? Then he slammed his fist on the table, saying that his father was a womanizer. He tormented his mother his whole life, so he was not worthy of her love. After finally shouting that his mother's suffering was an empty place for Rihanna, he deliberately headed towards the exit. The girls watched him in silence. Rihanna chuckled, because a man who supposedly knows his mother's pain behaves exactly like his father. And it was funny. After waiting for her husband to calm down, Rihanna reached her room and said that she took care of her father until he passed away, and that it was only her duty, unrelated to her feelings. She took care of him instead of her husband and expected him to thank her for it. However, George thanked his wife and told her that if his sick father had been left alone, his reputation would have suffered. But he still couldn't forgive him. His mother was so stupid that she gave birth to his legitimate son and could have been indignant at least a little bit about her husband's behavior. Then Rihanna said that George does not have to forgive his father because there are people in the world who do not deserve forgiveness. The man burst into tears and thanked his wife for her support. The girl added that he would take care of the wake, but she still planned to carry it out differently. She wanted them to be unforgettable. Then George approached to hug Rihanna and told her that he only trusted her, and that he was very happy to have married her. He said he loved her, but the girl decided to pretend she hadn't heard those words. Her eyes shone with cruelty, and she said she was happy to accompany her father on his last journey, because he had given her a lot. The next morning, Lisbeth helped George get ready for work, and he was not happy that his wife was sleeping at that hour. She acted as if she were the only one working in this world. Then Liz pulled him towards her, asking why he was dissatisfied, as thanks to this she could help him with his assemblies today. George blushed and hesitated, saying he liked it much better this way. Then the lovers kissed and said goodbye. When the man left, the maid noticed that he apparently forgot his badge at home. Lisbeth smiled, pretending to be surprised by this. When Rihanna arrived at the dining room, it was empty, and she asked where her sister was. The maid said that the lady left early in the morning. Lisbeth herself had arrived at the treasury to give George the badge he had forgotten. The man did not expect to see her here at all. However, the girl immediately ran to her lover and hugged him. She took out his badge and said she had come to give it to George. The young man thanked Liz, and she asked if he was going to let her go just like that. Then George hugged the girl, holding her tightly against him, and told her there was a nice place inside. When the couple got there, George knelt, hugged Lisbeth, and kissed her. After a while, the girl returned to the palace, remembered her trip to the treasury, smiling mischievously. Looking at her sister, she smiled because she didn't even know what her husband was doing to her today. Rihanna then said that last night she had drawn up a list of guests for the wake, and she wanted her husband to look at it. George wondered why there were so many people there, double the last time. Rihanna said that her husband wanted the ceremony to be solemn, and she was just following his wishes. The man decided to approve the list, saying the more people, the better. Then Liz asked if her sister would be tired of receiving so many guests, because lately she was already very pale, as if suffering from dizziness. Rhea smiled and said she would rest after the wake. At that moment, both Norden girls thought that everything would end very soon, but each was thinking about her own ending for this story. When George arrived at work, they told him a gift was waiting for him. It was another bouquet of flowers, and just seeing it horrified the man. George's colleagues noticed that his wife is very romantic, as she constantly sends these kinds of gifts. But when the young man picked up the note that was among the flowers, he was horrified because it was written there, "I know about your infidelities." George didn't understand if they had been discovered during the greeting of the new officials, or on that date downtown, or perhaps when they met in the empty treasury room. However, the shouts of his colleagues distracted him from his thoughts. They reported that the emperor had suddenly arrived at the treasury. The next moment, the ruler, accompanied by servants, entered dressed in a white suit. George, hesitating a little from surprise, greeted the emperor. Marquis Pickens immediately left the office to meet the ruler, and also ask him what brought him here. Alexander said he came to pay tribute, but it seems his appearance caused a stir. Then the Pekings hurried to assure him that it was an honor for them to see the emperor. George bowed deeply and said that he would work even harder for the good of the empire. At that moment, Alexander saw the same letter from the bouquet that the man held behind his back. He asked if it was Count Royden who was before him, accepted by recommendation. And George affirmatively replied, privately rejoicing that the emperor remembered him. Then Alexander asked him if he liked working in the treasury. The young man replied that he always worked hard. The emperor chuckled and said that Pekin himself must have become more cheerful thanks to such an energetic newcomer. But the boss replied that George was quite inept, but he was still trying to turn him into a good worker. The man's face tightened at these words, but he decided not to show it. The emperor noticed that a peacock and a dove live in George. You can lose your mind for a while due to the peacock's magnificence and survive only on passion. But you won't last long. A woman like Rihanna is not suitable for such a discreet man. However, the emperor decided to stop thinking about it and only wished that Count Royden would become a worthy specialist. George thanked the emperor and promised to live up to his expectations. But as soon as Alexander left, the man returned to his thoughts, thinking about how he could send this letter to him. That evening when he arrived home, he was still thinking about it, and Rihanna asked him if something bad had happened to him. George said he was fine, but then wondered why there were so many flowers in his house all of a sudden. Rihanna said she looked at the market and decided to buy these flowers there, and with them, the house immediately became more luxurious. George didn't show it, but thought to himself that the bouquet consisted of the same flowers. But Lisbeth interrupted his thoughts, saying that she was at a meeting today. Apparently, that pervert also sent a letter to Mrs. Anne. At that moment, the fork fell from George's hands. Lisbeth continued saying that she would like to see the face of the scoundrel at least once. She wondered what kind of viscount could be capable of such a thing. Surely it was an extremely unpleasant person. He couldn't gain authority. That's why he is trying to attract attention using such dirty methods. At that moment, George jumped from the table, saying he had indigestion, so he had to leave. Lisbeth immediately ran after him, and Rihanna smiled mischievously after them. Soon the girl arrived at her lover's chambers. He sat in silence, thinking his own thoughts. Then Liz asked him why he was so sensitive today. George said that someone knew about their relationship, and then gave the girl a note from a bouquet. Liz was unpleasantly surprised to notice how brazen it was for a stranger to send such a letter. George suggested it might be Pekin. Only he is capable of plotting such intrigues, and still today tries to undermine his reputation. Perhaps it was he who sent the bouquet, because George took the place of the man recommended by Pickens himself. Angry, the man kicked the table to make it fall, and then Lisbeth asked him to calm down and not act hastily. First, they had to go to the place where the flowers were sent from and find out the sender's name. She said that tomorrow she would go to the treasury to pick up the basket and take it to the flower market. And the man immediately hugged his beloved, telling her that she was the only one he had. Then Liz took the letter and threw it into the fireplace, saying they were in the same boat. Her eyes shone with cruelty, and she said there was nothing to worry about, that nothing would happen to them. The next morning, Rihanna helped her husband get ready for work and wished him a good day. After he left, Lisbeth approached her and asked where her brother-in-law was. Then she took George's badge from the maid and said that he had forgotten it at home again. Rihanna was surprised that it happened again, but said that Margaret would take the badge to the treasury. However, Liz said that if the maid appeared there again, George's colleagues would whisper about his carelessness. Then she said that she could go there herself, as if by her older sister's order. Rihanna smiled at the twins' consideration and allowed her to go to the treasury. Liz soon arrived at the place, picked up a basket of flowers, and George praised her for her ingenuity. After that, the girl left, but in the hallway there was someone she did not expect to see here at all. It was the emperor. He turned to the girl. Liz immediately bowed, greeting the ruler, to which the man said that he was seeing her for the first time. Then the girl introduced herself as Lisbeth, from the Norden family. Alexander was surprised. Was she really the younger sister of Countess Norden? He pointed out that although they are twins, they are not particularly similar. Liz was pretty, but still lost in comparison to Rihanna. If Riaz gets divorced from the Count, then her family will probably be his support. Then the man asked what brought the girl to the palace, if it was really Count Royden. Liz replied that something happened in the morning, but they didn't have time to inform the Count. So she came instead of her sister. Then the emperor wished Mrs. Royden a good trip and attended to his affairs. As he walked down the hallway, he noticed that running into her husband, who was walking to the left. It was too difficult a task. Rihanna shouldn't feel this way. Yes. When evening came, Rhea informed her husband that she had forgotten his badge at home again. And that's why Lisbeth had to suffer to deliver it to the treasury. But the girl said that this was nothing. Moreover, thanks to this trip she met the emperor. Rihanna was surprised that her sister confronted the ruler. Liz said that, when she heard her name, she immediately recognized her as George's sister-in-law. George himself said that yesterday he also received an audience with the emperor. His Majesty came to see him. Rhea looked at her husband in disbelief. But Lisbeth immediately started praising George, saying that at this rate, he would soon get a promotion. The man asked his wife what she thought about this. Rhea said that the emperor apparently had a special interest in him. George believed that all this was due to his extraordinary skills, and that very soon he would eclipse the Marquis. Rihanna wondered what the emperor's motive was for personally coming for George's sake. Was it really because of her that he was so fussed about it? The girl remembered his words, that he was always ready to help her. Her face immediately turned red, and she hurried to push these vicious thoughts away from herself. When dinner was over, Liz went to her maid to give her another order, but the girl didn't understand why she had to do such a thing. She said that she was not Lady Lisbeth's puppet, and that she would like to know the reason for such an order. She wondered why she had to bother looking for the shop where that basket of flowers was bought. Then Liz handed her a note that was among the flowers. The maid wondered where it came from, as she forced all the servants to keep their mouths shut. Lisbeth approached the girl and told her that soon she would become the owner of this house. So she shouldn't be insolent because she wasn't as generous as her sister. Then the maid apologized to the lady and soon left her alone. I took the note in my hands. The girl wondered who could have done this. Everything seemed to be hatred and resentment. Was this really Rihanna's doing? Soon the girl arrived at the flower market with a basket. The saleswoman said that these were indeed her flowers. Then the maid asked for the customer's name, as the owner of the house wanted to send flowers in return. But the blonde florist replied that she did not know the sender's identity. Instead, a young maiden came. In the end, it turned out that the order came from a noble house. The first person the girl thought of was Rihanna's maid, Margaret. Then the saleswoman said that she remembered the customer's words. It was said that this was a welcoming gift for a new member of the department, and she should prepare with all her soul and also hide the sender's name so that the recipient would not feel awkward. Hearing this, George immediately thought of Pekin and promised to give the boss what he deserved at the first opportunity. At that moment, the servant announced that the Countess had arrived at the palace. Liz said she would meet her and that George should have calmed down. Left alone with the maid, the man wondered when Pekins could have found out about his relationship with Lisbeth. The girl expressed her opinion that the boss wanted to confuse George. If he had real proof, he would have demanded monetary compensation for silence. And yet the Count was lucky that it was not his wife's doing. George just smiled and said that Rihanna was not capable of doing such a thing. If she had known, she wouldn't have sat calmly with him at the same table. If she wants revenge, she obviously won't resort to such low tricks. Then the maid apologized for such a personal question, but still asked why the young man had chosen Lady Lisbeth. She understood that after a few years of married life, feelings could cool down. And the Count did not marry for love, but still wondered why among all women he had chosen Lisbeth. Then George said that she took her first steps, and that he saw no reason to refuse her. The girl noted that Lisbeth is the Countess's sister, and there is a possibility that she will confess everything. George, smiling, replied that the safest thing was to have a married mistress. She shouldn't get caught if she doesn't want to be discovered, because one certainly drags the other along with them. The same happened to Lisbeth. She wouldn't do such a thing, because no one could even think that a son-in-law and a sister-in-law would share the same bed. Moreover, the forbidden relationship with her was exciting, because she was very similar to his wife. And this was more exciting than cheating on an ordinary woman. The maid looked at the man with contempt, thinking that she had been with him since she was little. When did he manage to change so much? Shortly after this, the girl went to the other maids and asked why they hadn't seen Margaret for so long. They told her that she had some errands at home, and the Countess gave her time off. Then, the girl thought that Countess Rihanna apparently really had nothing to do with this. And the Count was right. If Mrs. Rihanna had known about everything, she wouldn't have gotten away with it. Meanwhile, Margaret met the same florist, gave her a bag of gold, and thanked her for answering when asked. The girl also said that the flowers for the wake would be ready soon. Margaret trusted her, since it was a very important event. Soon the maid arrived at the palace and told Rihanna that the preparations were going according to plan. The girl smiled with satisfaction and said that there was still something left. She would like everything to happen on a grand scale, both the funeral and her revenge. At that moment, George burst into her room. He was indignant that Marquis Peckins was on the guest list. Did his wife really want to invite this grumbler to his father's wake? Rihanna replied that Peckins was his boss. They couldn't just not invite him. And not invite him, but George remained firm. However, the girl pushed his hand away and said that Pekins must definitely be invited. These words infuriated the Count, who said he didn't want to see him in his house. He rushed past his wife, deliberately pushing her with his shoulder, and left the room with a loud slam. George immediately went to Lisbeth, but she also told him to calm down. But the man still did not give up, because he was sure that this trick with the flowers was Peckins' doing. But Liz said that's why he should approach his boss to find his weaknesses. If George was kind to him and found out his weaknesses, he couldn't hurt them. Then the man asked what the weaknesses of such a venomous snake as Peckin could be. Lisbeth hugged him and told him that everyone had one, and that she herself had an Achilles heel. George himself. The man reciprocated, saying he would allow Rihanna to invite Peckin. Meanwhile, the day of the wake arrived. Margaret helped her mistress put on the dress for the celebration, noticing that she looked thoughtful. Rihanna herself understood that this was her last chance to choose between peace in her family or revenge. Tomorrow it would be too late to change anything, but the girl was not afraid. She was looking forward to it. So this choice seemed simply ridiculous to her. Soon the lady went out to greet the guests. Lady Princh pointed out that this year everything seemed much more solemn, and everyone understood that this was the merit of Mrs. Rihanna. Then the guests asked where Earl Royden himself was. Rihanna thought she had seen him recently, so she asked him to excuse her, saying she would look for her husband. The girl returned to the palace, walking through the empty hallways. At that moment, Ben Egons, George's maid, called her. She said that the man was in the garden now. Rihanna noticed that the girl's hands were trembling nervously. Then she said she would pass by the second floor to pick up something from the room. Ben Egons wanted to say that she would go there herself, but Rihanna ordered her to return to her work. Entering the second floor, the girl closed the door behind her and took off her shoes to move silently. She walked slowly forward. Suddenly, Rihanna heard moaning sounds. Looking around the corner, she saw her husband and her sister. They were kissing, standing near the wall. Lisbeth doubted that this was a suitable place for privacy, as there were many guests in the palace, including Peckin. However, George hurried to assure her that only his people were here. The girl smiled, agreeing with her lover, and decided to surrender into his arms. At that moment, Rihanna quietly approached the couple from behind, raising her shoe. A quick blow, and the girl's dress was stained with her husband's blood. George, bleeding, fell lifelessly onto Lisbeth. The girl looked at her older sister in horror, who was still holding the body of her lover in her hands. The next moment she ran to the side, leaving George on the floor. However, Rihanna did not let her go, and a second later she was directly above her sister, with the intention of hitting her with a bloody shoe. However, all this was just a game of the girl's imagination. In reality, she never appeared around the corner. She just silently listened to how her husband was having fun with Lisbeth. Then Rihanna left and decided that now was not the right time for revenge. She thought they should really enjoy this moment because it was their last chance. Going down the stairs, Rhea met Benny Gons again. She said she took what she wanted, and now all preparations were complete. Soon George arrived at the ceremony. He explained his delay by saying he was looking inside the mansion. Rihanna looked at her husband with contempt, not responding to his false excuses. Soon the ceremony was announced. George greeted everyone present. He said he felt the incredible pain of loss again when remembering his beloved father. At that moment, he yielded the floor to his wife, Countess Royden. Before starting her speech, the girl looked at the guests and noticed Lisbeth among them. Marquis Pickins was also present at the ceremony. Then Rihanna said that her husband's father was a very good man. During his life, he loved her like his own daughter. George, at that moment, exchanged playful glances with Lisbeth. But Rihanna continued by saying that she was still tormented by her conscience due to the Count's valid will. She denounced that she had not yet fulfilled his will. George was confused and asked his wife in a whisper what kind of will they were talking about. Rihanna said that last night, her angry father-in-law appeared to her in a dream and insisted on fulfilling the order as quickly as possible. She realized she was wrong, and that's why she wanted to do it now. She hurried to introduce a young man to the guests. This was Joseph Royden, the second son of the late Count. He is her husband's reliable younger brother. At that moment, the girl remembered the day her husband's father died. He told her that there was one thing that only Rihanna should know. The man said he had a son besides George. 15 years ago, under the influence of alcohol, he made a mistake. His mistress gave birth to a son, but he couldn't tell his wife. He had no choice but to go to the village with his son. Then the man took Rihanna's hand and told her that if he died, there would be no one to take care of them. George was unaware of this, because if the information reached him, something irreparable would happen. The man asked Rihanna to take care of them until his son was an adult. He asked her to promise him that she would fulfill his request. Only the two of them knew this secret. Then the man handed Rihanna a chain with a half-heart-shaped pendant and told her that the boy would have a second half. This would confirm their relationship. The man said that this was his last wish, that he had no one else to ask. However, Rhea didn't have time to give him her answer, as the man died. The girl was next to her father-in-law's bed, examining the pendant. She said she would protect her husband at all costs and asked him to understand her. However, now, at the man's wake, next to his second son, she decided to fulfill his will. Rihanna said that 3 years ago she was too cowardly, and that's why she couldn't fulfill his will. But now she was determined to gather all her courage to take care of Joseph. Then George jumped from his seat and angrily shouted at his wife. He pointed his finger at the boy and ordered him to immediately throw this bastard out of here. Rihanna asked him to calm down, as Joseph was his younger brother even though they had different mothers. These words enraged George. He shouted at the girl, telling her not to dare to behave like that. His wife advised him to think about his image as an official, because Marquis Pickens was present at the ceremony. But George didn't care. He grabbed his brother by his clothes and ordered him to leave his house immediately. Rihanna intervened in the fight again, saying that such things should not be said to a child. Then George turned, saying that he did not recognize this bastard as his brother. At that moment, Rihanna stood between them, and the slap intended for Joseph went towards her. The boy immediately took the lady by the shoulder and asked if she was okay. All the guests were shocked by what was happening, and George took a few moments to realize his action. Rihanna then said that she understands that her husband is confused. He can hit her if he wants, but the boy is not to blame. George shouted, saying that there was no guarantee that he was really his brother, because no one knew where he came from. Then Rhea took out the pendant and said that Joseph kept the other half. They connected the two halves of the pendant, which ultimately resulted in the image of a young woman. But for George, this proof was not enough. He snatched the pendant from his brother's hands and threw it on the floor, the pendant breaking into many small fragments. The man said that nothing would force him to give even a penny to this bastard, that he was not going to fulfill his father's last wishes, who spent his whole life going out with prostitutes. Rihanna tried to stop him, saying that such things should not be said at his father's wake, let alone in front of the people who came there to pay their respects. Then George shouted that the wake was over and ordered all the guests to leave. Then he turned around, leaving his wife and brother alone. Rihanna smiled when everything turned out exactly as she had planned. When the couple returned to the palace, George kept shouting, not understanding how his wife could do such a thing without consulting him. If he loved her even a little, she should at least have hinted at her intentions. Rihanna then said that she knew how her husband would react. If she had told him everything in advance, he would have tried to harm this child, which is why his father was worried. George shouted that he didn't care about his father's will, but Rhea reminded him that, according to the law of Esterach, a child born out of wedlock has the right to inherit. But the man simply walked past her, deliberately pushing the girl with his shoulder, and told her that this would not happen. He entered the palace, leaving his wife alone. At that moment, Joseph approached Rihanna and asked if he could sit next to her. Then the girl ordered Margaret to serve the boy tea and sweets. Joseph understood that the lady was in trouble because of him, and Rhea assured him that everything was fine. She said that all this was so that he could become the second son of Royden. The young man shyly thanked Rihanna, but she said she was only fulfilling his father's will. But Jose guessed that the lady wasn't looking for him because of the will. Otherwise, she would have visited him 3 years ago. Rhea confirmed his words and then asked why he didn't look for him and George himself. Because his mother died last year, and obviously, he was going through a difficult time. However, before Joseph could answer, his older brother suddenly approached him from behind and poured a glass of water over his head. He shouted at the servants to immediately throw this bastard out of here. Rihanna's face immediately darkened. She declared that the blood of the Royden family ran in Joseph's veins. The servants had no right to even lay a finger on him. Then George shouted that if they didn't get rid of him, he would do it himself. The man waved his hand to hit his younger brother in the face, but quickly blocked it with a tray. George roared at the boy's insolence. Then Jose, smiling maliciously, asked his brother to calm down. The count wanted to shout that this was not his brother, but the guy continued by saying that he definitely had a blood relationship with the late Count Royden, and that he had not yet reached adulthood, so he would remain in the palace. Rihanna supported the boy and told him she would give him the use of the 4th floor. George shouted indignantly because Lisbeth used the floor. He said that a man and a woman cannot live on the same floor. This is wrong. Rihanna smiled nervously and said that Lisbeth lived with them, but that nothing happened between her and George. The young man hesitated. He had no choice but to agree, and then Rihanna ordered the servants to show Joseph his room. At that moment, Liz ran into the hallway, shouted that she didn't want to share the floor with this barbarian. Rihanna said that, unlike George, she had no right to express herself like that, and moreover, she herself was a stranger in this mansion. Liz only lived here thanks to her sister's generosity, but if she wasn't happy with something, she was free to leave. Rihanna would not stop her. After this, the girl left the hall, paying no attention to her husband's displeasure. She shouted at him not to forget who his real family was, but Rhea did not react. After a while, she decided to visit Jose in his new room. The girl said that the boy would stay here and wait for her instructions, and that if he was obedient, all the possessions of this house would be his. Joseph smiled and decided to tell her why he had been sitting still for all these 3 years. He waited until he reached adulthood, because it was difficult for an orphan without parents to gain a legal claim. And his brother would do everything possible to take advantage of this and reduce the portion of his legal inheritance. Rihanna pointed out that this is a quite smart plan, but immediately added that this does not concern her. And now the boy needs to rest. His work for today is over. Joseph just looked at his mistress with a smile until she disappeared behind the door. The next morning, the boy met his new family for breakfast and greeted his brother. He told him that to him, George was his dearest and only older brother, no matter what. The count got up from the table, saying that he was not going to sit at the same table with this brat. Then Lisbeth turned to Rihanna and said that Joseph should eat in his room, since George was very unpleasant with his company. Rihanna simply replied that her younger sister shares the same table with them, and if they discriminate against George's younger brother, it will be a sign of disrespect towards George himself. Liz became furious at this answer and angrily threw her cutlery on the table. Then she got up from her seat and walked silently towards the exit. After a short silence, Joseph apologized for ruining breakfast, but Rhea said that was not the case at all. At that moment, Margaret served the young man some wine, and the lady said that she was still looking forward to fruitful cooperation with the boy. Jose said that he could simply sit quietly and still receive his inheritance. But since his daughter-in-law wants him, he will be happy to make some noise. Soon the guests gathered again in the hotel. George watched with disgust as his younger brother enjoyed all the pleasures of his inheritance. Rihanna apologized for that day, saying that everything was her fault and asking him to forget the words her husband said. The guests only admired the fact that the Countess found the courage to fulfill the late Count's will, and at the same time suffered. Then the girl said that the main thing for her was that the innocent boy did not suffer any harm. Some suggested that she could sow discord in their home, but Rhea replied that her husband would not leave this boy alone if he knew about him in advance, which is why she had to remain silent. Upon reaching adulthood, Joseph would most likely have filed a lawsuit against the county of Royden. And George would not have allowed his brother, who had disgraced the honor of his house, to live. That's why Rhea decided that she would have to take extreme measures, but in this way she brought trouble to the guests. Which is why she apologized again. Realizing that the people were on her side, the girl smiled mischievously and said that George is her beloved husband and that she assumes responsibility for him. Shortly after, Rihanna met the emperor, and he admired the countess's action. He said that in secular circles, Earl Royden is considered a monster, and Rihanna was nicknamed a loving wife who cares for her husband. But Alexander himself considered her a woman who would not be satisfied with just this. Rhea agreed with this, and then provided the man with documents confirming George's embezzlement. Alexander was incredibly pleased with this news and began looking at the newspapers with interest. Rihanna said that after the betrayal of her loved one, she decided that she had to become even more perfect. Then, the emperor said that he had heard that Count Royden had raised his hand against the girl. But she said that this was incomparable to what she was experiencing now. And then she asked the ruler to use the documents as wisely as possible. At that moment, Alexander extended his palm towards the girl's face, touching her cheek with his fingers. Rhea looked at the man surprised, and he hurried to apologize and withdraw his hand. He said he wanted to check the wound, and that it was a little more serious than they said. The emperor added that he would send palace medicine to the girl, because to carry out revenge, she must be in good health. After all, he and Rihanna entered into a business relationship, and therefore, the man was not going to accept refusals. The girl thanked him for his help and told him that she would divorce her husband when Alexander had everything ready. The man pointed out that it would be very elegant to file for divorce when her husband has nothing left in his soul. He promised to announce the exact date soon, and the emperor's counselor witnessed the entire conversation. Rihanna thanked the ruler and said goodbye to him. Upon exiting, she ran into a young red-haired man. As soon as the girl left the office, she ran to the emperor and told him that she needed to visit the temple right now. It was said that for the first time in 30 years, the oracle descended and gave his prophecy. The oracle was a god. The priests helped him convey his plan to the people. And his prophecies were the most accurate omen. The temple servants greeted the emperor, their second lord after God. Then the man said he would like to know what the divine revelation says. The priest said it was related to the next Estorach emperor. Alexander was surprised because he was not yet married, and God had already given him an omen. Then the man explained that for an emperor without an empress, this was the most useful prediction. However, the ruler still didn't understand what was being talked about. Meanwhile, both Norden sisters went to visit their father, who was very happy to reunite with his daughters for the first time in a long time. He heard that there was a scandal after the wake, and the fact that George did not come here with his wife means that he is still angry with her. Then Rihanna said that everything was fine and that George would calm down soon. However, the man didn't understand why his older daughter had arranged this. And Lisbeth supported him, saying that Rhea had been acting strangely lately. She ordered her to share a floor with an unknown man, and also informed him that she was also a guest in his palace. Rhea said she would explain all this a little later. Then Liz suggested that her sister's health problems were affecting her nerves. When the father heard this, he became worried, but Rihanna hurried to assure him that she was just tired from preparing for the wake. But Lisbeth did not let her go and asked if she had any pain or dizziness. Then Rhea apologized and said she needed to leave. Upon reaching the bathroom, the girl hung over the sink, trying to catch her breath and regain consciousness. At that moment, Liz appeared behind her. She asked her sister what was wrong with her, if there was a problem with her stomach. She put her arm around Rihanna's shoulder and told her that they could go home now. The girl wondered why her sister insisted so much on returning, apparently to start feeding her poison again. Then Liz asked if Rhea was offended by complaining to her father, and she explained that it was just a joke. She suggested returning to the table again because her father was worried. Then Rihanna said that she was getting weaker every day due to the illness, and Lisbeth should have appreciated it while she was still with them. The girl thought to herself that she would not touch her sister while her father lived. But as soon as he leaves this world, her life will end immediately. When the girls returned to the table, the man asked if his older daughter was feeling well. But Rhea hurried to assure him that she was fine now. At that moment, a servant entered the room and said that a letter from the palace had arrived. When the man read it, he dropped the cutlery from his hands in surprise. The girls were perplexed by what was written there. Then the man said that the emperor had sent him a marriage proposal. Rihanna couldn't believe what she heard. He had really decided to get married, but to whom? According to the oracle, the heir to the throne will definitely emerge from the womb of the Norden family. The emperor was confused. Rihanna was already married. Of course she will divorce soon, but for now she has a husband. Then the man said that the letter was sent to Lisbeth. They want to make her the empress. Rihanna couldn't believe what she heard. She felt her heart sink to her feet. But Liz was incredibly happy to become the main woman of the empire. The girl's father was perplexed why the emperor chose Lisbeth and not a prominent girl from an influential family. Moreover, 4 years ago Liz broke off her engagement. Then the girl ran to the man and told him that the emperor had simply fallen in love with her at first sight as soon as he saw her. She explained that she wanted to go to the treasury and then met the emperor, who even asked her name. Liz added that all this happened thanks to her sister, because she went to a treasury in her name. Rihanna asked her father with a trembling voice if he was going to approve the proposal. And Liz immediately intervened, saying that the decision was obvious. The girl smiled nervously and said that she was nobody to challenge the emperor's decisions. It was unprecedented for someone to refuse such a title, so she advised her father to send a reply to the ruler as quickly as possible. The man caressed Liz's cheek, said he couldn't imagine his family receiving such an honor, and congratulated his daughter on her upcoming engagement. He hugged her and told her that her late mother would have been very happy to witness this significant moment. Rihanna at that moment tried to contain her emotions. Her whole body trembled with despair. Meanwhile, the emperor's counselor decided to ask her if she was really going to marry Mrs. Norden. The man said that the oracle's word is law. If Lisbeth Norden marries another man, the next emperor will be a rebel. He will ascend the throne, getting rid of Alexander. If Prince Albert finds out about the prophecy, he will definitely win Lisbeth. So everything had to be kept secret. And then the counselor asked what the ruler was going to do with Countess Norden. Because if she and the count have a child, the problems will only increase. But the emperor said this would not happen, as they would soon divorce her husband. The counselor was surprised and said that this would be an even bigger problem, because she might marry Prince Albert again. And this would mean the birth of a future traitor. Then he invited the emperor to marry Rihanna as well. This was nothing new in the imperial family, but Alexander said he did not want to marry Rihanna Royden. It wasn't that she was already married, but that the man wasn't sure he would be a good husband for her. He has already tasted failure in marriage, and it would be too cruel to force her to marry a man she doesn't even love. The counselor tried to convince the ruler that it was impossible to think about such things now, because the oracle predicted an uprising. Then, the emperor announced that he would forbid Rihanna from remarrying and having children. He will announce the words of the prophecy on the day of his wedding to Lisbeth. This will serve as an important reason for this decision. But the advisor pointed out that this is too dangerous. If the prediction becomes known, Prince Albert will take possession of Rihanna at any cost. Then Alexander said that he and the Countess had agreed to cooperate, and that she knew very well what awaited her in case of betrayal. At that moment, a maid entered the Emperor's office and said that Count Reuden's wife requested an audience with him. Meanwhile, happy with the latest news, Lisbeth was tidying her room. George entered her room and said he missed her very much. He asked how her meeting with her father went, and also noticed that she was dressed very nicely, thinking she had done it just for him. The young man touched his lover's shoulder, but Liz immediately got up and asked him to take his hands off her. The girl coldly told George that it was time for them to end their relationship. The man didn't understand why she decided to announce this so suddenly. Because recently he had been insulted by Rihanna, and now Lisbeth was saying nonsense. But then the girl said she had another man. Liz chuckled and said they had to break up and let her son-in-law focus on Rihanna. Then the man roughly grabbed the girl by the shoulders, shouting that he wasn't going to let her go. But Lisbeth coldly just told him not to come to her anymore, and she planned to move in with her father herself. George squeezed her hand with all his might, shouting that he wouldn't let her go anywhere. Liz smiled and asked him how he was going to stop her. And then the Count threatened to expose their secret relationship. After this, no man will accept Lisbeth. Meanwhile, the Emperor's maid reported that she was ready to receive Rihanna. The girl coldly greeted the ruler as soon as she entered the room. The man said he knew what brought the Countess here, and then Rhea decided to ask directly why the Emperor decided to marry her younger sister. The Emperor replied, without unnecessary embellishments, that he had fallen in love with her at first sight. But noticing the terrifying expression on Rihanna's face, he quickly added that it was just a joke. The girl said that the Empress's place is honorable and not so easy to occupy. The Nordens are not that influential, and Rihanna's father has no connections in political circles. And if the Emperor is pursuing some kind of political goal, the girl was unclear how her father's family could help achieve it. Then Alexander noticed that Rhea was apparently against her sister becoming empress. And she confirmed his assumption, saying that this was unacceptable. The Emperor wondered what she meant. Then Rihanna said that the adulteress who had fun with George was her sister, Lisbeth. Neither the Emperor nor his counselor could believe what they heard, but Rihanna would not lie about such a thing. And the man understood it. He asked the ruler to withdraw the proposal, if only for his own good. But he said he couldn't do this now, and the reason could not be expressed either. So Rihanna leaned against the ruler's desk, looming over him. She needed to know when he could tell her the reason, but unfortunately for her, Alexander said he would tell her only after his marriage to Lisbeth. Rhea immediately shouted that then it would be too late. Alexander quietly said that Lady Norden would live an unhappy married life. He could guarantee it. But Rihanna didn't care about that. She would not see Lisbeth become empress and be on par with His Majesty, even if she had to die for it. She said that if the Emperor decides this wedding, he will turn upside down all the atrocities of her sister. The ruler was not pleased that the Countess allowed herself such words, because if she made him her enemy, he wouldn't be able to resist. But Rhea only said that the Emperor shouldn't make her his enemy either, because there is nothing more dangerous than a woman who has nothing to lose. A tense silence hung between them. Neither of them intended to give up on their aspirations. Then the Emperor ordered the Countess to return to her place and think again with a cool head. Rihanna said she would need 3 days and asked to stop preparing the wedding during this period. The Emperor agreed, and then the girl promised to visit him in 3 days. As the Countess and Margaret were returning to the hotel, the maid asked what the lady planned to do. The girl was going to find out the reason why the Emperor wanted to see Lisbeth as his wife, and then get rid of her at any cost. Meanwhile, the argument between Liz and George continued. The girl said that Rihanna would not let him live if the truth about them was revealed. Then George said that he would fall flat on his face and say that she was the first to try it, and that she had no other choice. But Rihanna will not forgive her twin sister such a betrayal. George said he wouldn't let Liz leave him and go to another man. Then the girl smiled ironically, saying that she was just upset, so she decided to lie about all this. She was simply offended because George had been treating her coldly lately. Liz hugged the Count and told him there was no other man. Then she sent him back to his room, as Rhea was supposed to return soon. George wished his beloved good night and told her he loved her. The girl replied that she loved him too, and then closed the door behind him. As he walked down the hallway, the Count wondered what it was all about. Liz just spoiled his mood with this joke. After a while, Benny Gons entered George's room, surprised that he was still awake. It seemed to him that the Count had been very nervous lately, so she prepared a calming tea for him. The man was about to drink the decoction, when suddenly he stopped at the last moment, saying it would take him too long to drink it for Benny Gons to leave. Then the girl obediently left the room, wishing the Count good night. As soon as the maid disappeared behind the door, George poured the tea into the sink, trembling with fear as he looked at the contents of the cup. And Lisbeth, meanwhile, was sitting in her chambers, as if waiting for her lover to drink the decoction. The next morning, the girl continued to primp while standing in front of the mirror. And at that moment, Rihanna found her. She said she had an audience with the Emperor, and then Liz asked why they were meeting. The Countess noticed that her sister looked very excited. She noticed that she couldn't behave otherwise because she was going to become Empress. Then Rhea continued, asking Liz to talk about how they met the ruler in the treasury. The girl thought about it, not knowing what to say. The Emperor asked her if it was Rihanna's orders that she followed. Overall, there was nothing special about this meeting. Lisbeth suggested that since the Emperor liked George, he also became interested in her. Or perhaps he simply fell in love with her at first sight. Rihanna paused, considering her sister's words. Then Liz took her hand and asked her to visit her more often when she became Empress. When Rihanna returned to her home, she told Margaret that her sister knew nothing, that this marriage proposal was not her proposal. Then she thought that the Emperor had simply made a rational decision. It cannot be that His Majesty, of his own free will, wanted to take as Empress the one who was playing tricks on his son-in-law. This required a power higher than the imperial one. Then Rihanna came up with an idea. She needed to make a donation to the temple. When the girl arrived there, the high priest personally thanked her for such a large sum. Rhea said that an important event had happened, so she wanted to pay tribute to the Lord. The priest clarified which event she was talking about, and then the girl explained that her twin sister would soon become Empress. She said that she had learned everything from the Emperor, so there was no point in hiding it from him. After all, Rihanna already knew that her sister was the woman from the prophecy. The priest was surprised that the Emperor told her everything. Then Rhea's made sure her assumption was correct. She said that it is possible that the ruler decided that there was no point in hiding it from her, since they would soon become one family. However, the girl was worried about the question, is it somehow possible to evade the prophecy? Ryan explained this question by saying that she was very worried about her only sister. Then the priest asked if the Countess was really dominated by envy of God's plan. The girl briefly replied that she did not say that. The man replied that it was impossible to even think of such a thing. On the contrary, the girl should be glad that she and the Count did not have a son. After all, his birth would be the omen of a revolution. Understanding began to slowly dawn on Rihanna. The revelation was not about the Empress, but about the next emperor. The woman from the prophecy could be not only Lisbeth, the daughter of one of the sisters. He will become the next emperor. Then Rhea, trying to hide the trembling of her body, smiled and said that she in no way opposed the Lord's plan. Upon returning home, the Countess behaved strangely, and then Margaret asked if something bad had happened to her. Krihanna smiled happily and said that God apparently had not completely forgotten about her. The maid did not understand what the owner was talking about, and then the girl ran to her and grabbed her by the shoulders. She said that she needed to see the Emperor. Alexander was surprised that they had the opportunity to meet so soon. But Rihanna happily announced that she had found the answer sooner than expected. Without letting the Emperor come to his senses, she immediately asked to be named Empress. She said she would carry out everything His Majesty desired. Neither Alexander nor his counselor expected such a turn of events. Then the emperor said that Countess Royden was the only one who intended to take the emperor himself as a husband, and also to remarry. But the girl said she was willing to do anything to prevent her sister from becoming empress. Then the ruler asked her if she was sure she could give him a son. Rihanna didn't think it would take much effort to conceive because they were both young. The emperor clarified his question by asking if the countess could share his bed. Rhea said that His Majesty is the most charming man in the empire, that there is no woman who would refuse him. But Alexander said he was specifically asking about her. The girl replied that she would be the best choice for the position of empress. It was impossible to allow an adulteress to become the mother of the heir to the throne. And in this matter, the countess's feelings played no role. Then the emperor said that he felt very sorry for the girl, which is why he was worried. Approaching her from behind, he asked if she wanted to throw everything away and start over with a better man. Rihanna simply said that His Majesty could not understand her. After all, only after learning that her husband was having fun with her own sister. She was already dead. If Lisbeth ascends the throne, life with her beloved will become impossible for Rihanna. However, the emperor said that he could not fulfill her will because if he made Rihanna empress, Prince Albert would immediately marry Lisbeth. The only option left for him was to publicly declare having received a divine revelation and take both sisters as wives. Rhea agreed with this, but only if the emperor subsequently stripped Lisbeth of her title, so that no one could marry her again after her deposition. Alexander had no reason to object to this condition. He agreed to make Rihanna the empress and Milady Norden his wife. However, the girl needed to divorce quickly, because even for him, it would not be easy to marry a married woman. Rihanna promised to do everything possible not to cause trouble for the ruler. However, she had one more request, perhaps too selfish. She asked the emperor to prevent Elizabeth from conceiving a child with him. Seeing the confusion on the countess's face, the man hurried to assure her that this would not happen. Rihanna said that Lisbeth would do anything to take her man away, so the ruler must be very careful. Then the emperor decided to ask the woman something. He wanted the girl not to betray him under any circumstances. If she doesn't join Prince Albert, he won't betray her. If she did this, then Rihanna knew how to take revenge on him, and the emperor, in turn, knew what to do with the countess in case of her betrayal. They both knew each other's weaknesses, so betrayal was not beneficial to them. Rihanna was more than satisfied with this agreement. Then the emperor said that he would wait for her to divorce as soon as possible. And although he couldn't speak of love for the countess, he did manage to side with her, and this was enough for the girl. The next morning, George was forced to have breakfast alone, and Bennigan's informed him that Lisbeth had left. Then the man asked the woman if she was really on his side, and she answered affirmatively. He asked the maid if she had noticed anything strange about Lisbeth lately. Bennigan's then reported that the lady seemed quite agitated lately. After meeting Count Norden, my lady began to pay more attention to her appearance. Looking in the mirror, she constantly smiled. The maid decided that something had happened between the master and my lady to cause such a reaction. Therefore, she meant that Lisbeth looks like someone at the beginning of a relationship, as if she just started dating a man. At that moment, the girl was wandering through the hotel corridors when she was suddenly called. It was George. Liz told him she was going to a tea party. He wished the girl a good trip and waved his hand. But as soon as she disappeared behind the door, he immediately went to search her chambers. The man was sure she had someone else. But George was not going to let Lisbeth go so easily. He intended to make her his wife. Suddenly, among the girl's clothes, he saw a letter and a vial next to it. He recognized the pills that Lisbeth gave to Rihanna. George realized that his assumption was correct. He intended to find out who that bastard was and then kill him. The letter bore the seal of the palace, and the man couldn't understand why they were suddenly writing to Liz. When the Count opened the letter, his face was distorted with surprise. It was a marriage proposal from His Majesty. Elizabeth would become empress. George laughed nervously. Now he understood why she wanted to break up, but he wasn't going to let that happen. He cleaned up her room, put everything in place, and left. Soon night fell, and Lisbeth returned to her chambers. Suddenly, someone at the back of the room called her. It was George, and he asked how the tea party went. The girl replied coldly that everything went well, and then the man said that Rihanna would be late today. He approached Lisbeth and wrapped his arm around her waist, but she dismissed him, saying she was tired today. But George insisted, asked her to take off her clothes, and he would give her a massage. Liz also refused. Then the Count decided to push for pity. He said it had been a long time since they had been intimate. And Rihanna also brought Joseph here. And now it was very difficult for him. He leaned towards the girl, telling her that he needed her support while slowly taking off her clothes. Liz finally reciprocated his feelings, and George immediately threw himself towards her in an embrace and told her how much he loved her. He kissed the girl, continued to take off her clothes, and then laid her on the bed. At that moment, George was thinking that he would never allow Lisbeth to leave him. She won't be able to get rid of him and become empress. Instead, she will give birth to his son. Smiling mischievously, the Count invited the girl to be together until the end of their days. At work, George was in a very good mood. Pickens was surprised, because all this time he had been depressed, and now he was sitting with a grin from ear to ear. Then the Count said that the idea of being able to work in the treasury cheered him up a lot. That's why he looked so cheerful. Bowing to the boss, he thought to himself that she could complain all she wanted, because he didn't care anymore. The only thing George thought about was Lisbeth's face when she found out about the child. Could she still dream of becoming empress? Surely she will get rid of Rihanna as soon as possible and beg him to marry her. However, his wife distracted him from his thoughts. During the lunch break, she arrived at the treasury bringing a bouquet of flowers with her. Rhea said she went to the flower market and liked the smell of the flowers so much that she overdid it a little and bought too many. George's colleagues noticed how lucky he was to have such an affectionate wife. They asked if those 2 baskets of flowers were also a gift from the Countess. But the girl pretended not to know what they were talking about. George hurried to take his wife outside, saying this was simply nonsense. Upon exiting, Rhea demanded an explanation from her husband, and he shouted that Pickens had sent her flowers on behalf of a woman to annoy him. He did it to fight with Rihanna, but the girl was sure that the Marquis would not act in such a childish way. Then George shouted that he didn't know anything about this old man. And now he also suspected that his husband was cheating on her. But Rhea just smiled and said she had no doubts about her husband. She hugged him and told him that he had never disappointed her before. Then the girl took out a large bag of food, saying that she had prepared lunch for 2. George was surprised because his wife was always busy with the hotel. But Rihanna said she would always find time for her beloved husband. Shortly after having lunch with his wife, George returned to the treasury. His colleagues were discussing how unfairly he was treating his wife, but they immediately fell silent as soon as the man entered. In the evening, after spending another night together, Lisbeth said that there were rumors that the Count had a mistress, a lover who sent him flowers and on whose recommendation he got a job. George immediately shouted, saying that he was not so insignificant and that he definitely did not get the job because of a woman. Then Liz asked what would happen if the rumors reached Rihanna, but the Count was sure that his wife trusted him. But the girl insisted, saying that if he dedicates little time to her, then she could check these rumors. Liz asked him to be a little more loyal to his sister, to date her, and give her gifts. Moreover, very soon there will be a masquerade ball at the palace, and George could give her a dress. Then the man thanked Lisbeth for the good idea and told her he would buy a dress for her too. But it would be much prettier. Soon the Count gave his wife a gift, a floor-length red dress. The girl noticed that it was ideal for a masquerade ball. Then the man approached her from behind and hugged her, telling her that she would be the most charming at the party. Rihanna sharply shook herself off and asked if something had happened to her husband. He was not happy with this question. Did she really need a reason to love her wife? Rihanna then realized that apparently he was worried about what she thought about the treasury rumors. However, she said she was very happy. The girl kissed her husband on the cheek, telling him she was happy to be his wife. In fact, she thought that thanks to this, not Lisbeth, but she would become empress. And it would be good for George to see this, depressed and tormented. Soon the masquerade ball began, to which Rihanna arrived, dressed in the same dress, and with a matching mask in color. Margaret reported that the gentleman wore a blue suit and a white bow tie, and Milady Lisbeth wore a pink dress and white shoes. Rihanna smiled mischievously and headed to the hallway, ready to carry out her plan. Meanwhile, Lisbeth overheard others talking about how Count Royden of the Treasury was cheating on his wife. It was said that someone sent him flowers twice and also got him a job by recommendation. Then Liz joined the conversation and said that Countess Royden had been married for 4 years. But she hadn't given birth. The guests assumed the girl was infertile, and her husband started walking around for this reason. Lisbeth watched with a malicious smile as rumors about her sister's inferiority spread. At that moment, George greeted her from above, calling her towards him. The girl asked if Rihanna would notice them. But the Count assured her that he had gone to the bathroom and that today he was wearing a red suit, so it would be easy to notice if something happened. Then Liz led him inside the common room. George was a little worried about the large number of people around, but the girl assured him that no one here would recognize them. That's the charm of this kind of event. The next moment, the couple started dancing, paying no attention to others. George said he wanted to kiss the girl, and she invited him outside. As soon as the couple reached the garden, they immediately melted into a passionate kiss. However, at some point Lisbeth's heel broke, and she started falling. George didn't have time to catch her, and the girl fell directly onto the lawn, clutching her sore leg. Apparently she sprained it. Then the Count helped Lise up and took her to his house, then called a doctor to see her. A girl in a black dress with white ruffles was watching all this from the window. It was Rihanna. She changed her dress so that her husband wouldn't recognize her at the holidays. Soon the Countess returned to the common room and saw a small group of people whispering about something. She decided to join the conversation, saying that she also had something to share with the guests. The Countess said that rumors about Count Royden's mistress are flying everywhere, but no one seems to know her identity. The guests immediately started asking the girl if she knew the name of his lover. Rihanna pretended not to be sure whether to talk about this, but people insisted. Everyone was interested in hearing such hot news. Then the girl said that Milady Norton and Count Royden had a special relationship. All the guests were stunned. No one could believe that the Count was having an affair with his wife's sister. Rihanna added that everyone, the servants, are aware, but the Count forces everyone to remain silent. Her maid told her this. She is quite close to the Royden housemaid and shared all the secrets with her under the influence of alcohol. The Countess watched with a smile of satisfaction as rumors spread from person to person. Soon she left the common room and took a short walk through the hallways when Rihanna ran into a man. A blonde stranger dressed in a blue suit told the girl that she looked beautiful. He asked if she would do him the honor of dancing with him. However, Rhea quickly apologized and said she was about to leave. Then the young man didn't press her hand too hard, asking at least for a chance to talk. The Countess said she had to return to her husband, but the man stood firm. Because today was a masquerade ball. The rest didn't even know that the girl had a husband. At that moment, the emperor, dressed in a black and white suit and mask, approached them and told them that he knew about this woman's wife. Then the stranger apologized to the girl for his rudeness and quickly walked away. Rhea asked the ruler how he recognized her, to which he replied that the mask hides the face, but it does not change the voice. And the girl herself recognized Alexander, since there are not many people in the empire with a similar appearance. The man was flattered by these words and smiled slightly. Then Rihanna bowed to the ruler and thanked him for helping her avoid difficulties. But the emperor said that if she agreed to dance with that man, it would not be beneficial for him. The fact is that the stranger was the ruler's brother, Prince Albert. The emperor hesitated to recognize the countess and deliberately invited her to dance. Probably, he simply couldn't resist Rihanna's beauty. The emperor noticed that the girl looked especially beautiful today. Then he asked her if she would refuse him if he invited her to dance. Rihanna, at that moment, thought about the fact that her husband was standing right in front of her. And she took the emperor's hand. She noticed that his hand was surprisingly warm. The man chuckled because his cruel nature didn't mean his limbs had to be icy. Rhea also said that Alexander dances surprisingly well. She had never seen the emperor at parties before, as they tired the man, especially if there were women present who were eager to take the place of the empress. Then the countess said that very soon she would no longer have to worry about that. Alexander replied to this by saying that there were interesting rumors in the banquet hall. Then the girl said that the last stage had begun. The man couldn't help but notice that this was good news for him, but he doubted that Rihanna was fine doing it. After all, she will have to remarry a man she does not love. Rhea's only replied that the emperor could see the result of marrying the man she loved at that time. Alexander, after a pause, said that living alone is not bad either. There are women who ruined their lives because of a man, but there are no women who ruined it because they never met him. Looking at Rihanna, the man remembered someone who ruined his destiny by meeting the wrong man. Then the girl asked who he was talking about. The emperor was referring to his mother, and this answer greatly surprised the countess. Then he asked her if she would feel better after revenge, if she could live the rest of her days with a man she didn't love. But Rihanna asked him not to worry about that, because their agreement didn't speak of love from the beginning. And now the girl doesn't even know the meaning of this word. She believed in it, but now every day she realizes how foolish she was. Looking at the banquet hall and the people dancing inside, the girl decided to say goodbye to Alexander. Lifting her mask, Rhea smiled and asked the man to enjoy good health until their next meeting. When the banquet ended, George immediately ran to his wife, assuring her that all those dirty rumors were lies. The girl just calmly sipped her tea, noticing that at every tea party people only talk about them. All of Esterach discusses it. The son-in-law and sister-in-law were having fun together, and this was quite a rare incident, and therefore scandalous. At that moment, Lisbeth entered the room on crutches, her face full of anger. She asked what was going on here. The girl furiously shouted that someone was spreading terrible stories to prevent her from getting married. Rihanna assumed that it must be the man who held a grudge against her and George. And the man immediately said it was Pekin's doing. The countess smiled ironically and said that the gossip would soon subside and that she would take care of it. George then said that she was the only one he could trust. When the girl left, Liz asked the count if he was sure that this rumor hadn't come from his house. Only the servants knew about their relationship, but did they all keep their mouths shut? George remembered that people said the source of the rumor was a maid from the Royden family. At that moment, Beniggins entered the room and brought tea for her master. The couple looked at the maid sullenly, clearly suspecting that she was spreading these rumors. The woman immediately shouted that she was innocent, because all her life she had followed the count's instructions. She even gave poison to an innocent man on his orders, but Liz had already made a decision. She said that Dane Beniggins had worked hard all this time, so from today on maybe she would no longer work in this house. The maid immediately ran towards the count. She didn't believe he could do this to her. The man turned to Lisbeth and told her that they had no proof of Beniggins' guilt. Dismissing her would be too impulsive a decision. Then Liz said that they should change all the servants. George was surprised by this decision, but the girl said that otherwise they would be living with potential traitors. The determination was visible on her face. She ordered the count to dismiss everyone without exception. Then the man decided to ask his wife for advice, but she also said it was a good idea. George was surprised that Rihanna supported this decision. She explained this by saying that the rumors were too exhaustive. They couldn't be invented without living in this house, so the source was also a servant from their house. And if it is impossible to know who it is, then they have no choice but to get rid of everyone. At that moment, the girl left the room, paying no attention to her husband's indignation. As Rhea walked down the hallway, she ran into Joseph. He asked her if it was because of him that she decided to replace all the servants. It seemed to him that she was trying to take care of him this way. But Rihanna replied that it was not because of him, but still, he would also benefit from it. Joseph smiled and said he would like to thank the girl, but the Countess said it wasn't necessary. However, the boy insisted. He gently took Rihanna's hand and kissed it, thanking her for her help. Then the girl smiled crookedly at him and walked away. Joseph asked her why she didn't like him. She was too cold towards him, but on the first day she was very polite. But Rhea replied that he was a guest in an unknown place, and she was obliged to receive him with dignity. Then Jose decided to ask her what she would do after divorcing his brother. He wondered what she thought about getting married again. Rihanna asked who he was referring to as her future husband, but the boy laughed and said it could be anyone. It could even be him, because for George, it would be the best revenge to have fun with his brother. Rihanna just smiled. Did she really want her to be like Lisbeth? Joseph tried to explain to her that this was different because they would not have an affair, but a new marriage. But the Countess still rejected him. She said that he would have many enemies simply because he was an illegitimate son who became the owner of the mansion. And if he married a woman who was married to the previous owner, then there would be even more. It was a rejection for his own good. He should have found a person more sincere and attractive than Rihanna. Then Jose gently hugged the girl by the shoulders, telling her that she was already kind and beautiful. Rhea said that the boy knew nothing about her, but she didn't back down. She wanted to get to know the girl better. Looking at him, the Countess saw a small, stupid child trying to get involved in something dangerous. She remembered the Emperor's words that she would have to spend her life with a man she didn't love. She wondered if Alexander felt the same when he looked at her. Then Rihanna smiled at Joseph and told him that she would definitely find a good girl for him. The boy was perplexed. The Countess was his benefactor. He could never find someone who would surpass her. But the girl only advised him to find someone who truly loved him. And then she left completely. Meanwhile, George was sitting in his office, angry at his wife and lover for forcing him to fire everyone who had worked for him his whole life. He thought that even if these rumors were spread by the servants, it didn't mean anything bad to him. Since because of this story, Lisbeth would never be named Empress, just as he wished. However, if the gossip continues to spread, Rihanna may become suspicious. Then the man took a sheet of paper and quickly started writing something under the influence of emotions. In the morning, he arrived at his wife's chambers. She asked if he was really going to fire everyone completely. Rihanna said that if his concern is that there will be no one to maintain order in the house, then he can replace the servants gradually. After all, don't they know who spread these dirty rumors? How can they live under the same roof with those who cannot be trusted? Then George asked to at least keep James, his coachman. They grew up together, and the Count was sure he could trust him. Rihanna wondered why he decided to keep the coachman and not Lady Beniggins. However, she decided to agree, and George thanked her for her decision. He also asked her to think about the others, because there was a possibility that it was not the servants who started the gossip. Meanwhile, a young man came to the Countess, introduced himself as Frankie, and told her that from today he would work for her. However, Rihanna said that hiring him would not be easy since she was going to fire the coachman. But her husband insisted on keeping him. Frankie was annoyed. He thought that in that case he wouldn't be able to work here, but the girl calmed him down. She said that he could get a job here, but she would ask him for something. She ordered him to watch James, the coachman himself, and inform her of his every move. Soon the Countess returned to the palace, and Lisbeth immediately ran to her and asked her if people were still talking about that story. She wanted to know who the instigator was who planned this to stop her wedding. Liz was worried that the Emperor would believe these rumors. Then Rhea smiled mischievously, saying that they had already replaced the servants. So soon everyone would forget everything. Lisbeth was furious that these bastards were given a chance to work here. And they were chatting from left to right in gratitude. At that moment, a maid entered to see the girls and told them that the tea party at Boreg's house had been cancelled. It was said that someone again received an anonymous letter from that pervert. Lisbeth was immediately indignant at how persistent this scoundrel was. But on the other hand, she thought that thanks to him, everyone would forget the gossip. Rihanna looked at her sister's genuine joy with disbelief. After a while, the Countess took care of her affairs, and as she was getting into the carriage, Frankie said that everything was more serious than she could imagine. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about. Then the boy explained that James had left the estate the night before, and that he had followed him. It was about 2 in the morning. The coachman was surprisingly well dressed, and generally looked suspicious. That night the coachman, hiding his face under his hat, was heading somewhere. And then he stopped near the mansion. He took the letter out of his coat and put it in the mailbox. It was hard to see in the dark, but it seemed to be an envelope. Frankie reported that James was staying at the Burez mansion. When the Countess returned to the palace, Margaret told her that James couldn't have done this alone. Because the letter contained information inaccessible to commoners, and most likely Earl Royden was the pervert. However, Rihanna said nothing, just sat silently on a chair, looking out the window. Suddenly, she burst out laughing, confusing the maid. The Countess smiled nervously and said that Lisbeth didn't know how depraved George was. She doesn't suspect that the letter he received is fake, but that doesn't matter. George will deny his guilt, but Rhea won't fall for the trap. He only wanted to get rid of Lisbeth by sending her to Mary. But thanks to this discovery, everything will end more interestingly. Then Margaret asked what the lady was going to do. Rihanna planned to expose George so that not only Lisbeth, but the entire empire would know about his perverted inclinations. The maid asked if they still had proof, because he managed to hide for 5 whole years. But the Countess replied that even if they didn't have any, they could make them until he himself was caught. At breakfast, Rihanna said that the pervert, apparently, still hadn't calmed down. This time, the letter came from Lady Buerge. Lisbeth said that the author of this creation is simply disgusting, a real coward. Then, Rhea asked her husband what he thought about all this. After all, if he is married, his wife is probably superior to him. He is clearly a man with an inferiority complex, or lacks attention from his beloved. Lisbeth objected, saying that women despise such people, and that he definitely doesn't have a soulmate. She felt sorry for his family. They had to live with such a parasite under the same roof. At that moment, George jumped up from the table, saying that he would go first since he had work to do. Upon reaching his room, the Count unleashed his anger. He couldn't believe Lisbeth called him a coward, because everyone around him was afraid of him. 5 years ago, this started over a small thing. George was rejected by the girl he fell in love with at first sight, but after a while, he received news of her marriage to a rich marquis. This vain fool chose money and status. George thought she was different, but it turned out she was the same as all women. She trampled on his dignity, so he swore revenge on her. The man handed the letter to James to deliver it to this girl. The coachman himself noticed that the message was perfectly written. The next day the girl fainted. Fear enveloped the secular circles of the empire. Everyone mistrusted the pervert who sent the letter. George was excited by the fact that he could influence aristocratic women without having a large fortune or a special plan. He did it when he was stressed. After his wedding to Rihanna, every time he felt like he was falling behind her, he wrote letters. They became an outlet for George. He considered these women who understood nothing foolish and was now going to write another letter. Rihanna is going to die in a month anyway, so he decided to write to Lisbeth. George didn't know who sent him the letter that time. It was clearly an amateur. It ruined Lee's mood, and that's all. But after George's letter, she won't even show herself on the street. She will start distrusting men. And in the context of the rumors, it will be much harder to deal with this. In the evening, the Count ordered James to send a letter to Lisbeth. The coachman was perplexed because Milady was his beloved. Then George said this would be his revenge because he wanted to fire the coachman. Meanwhile, Lisbeth herself was in her chambers. The maid was helping her stretch her sore leg. She was already recovering, and the girl could stand on her own without crutch support. Then the maid handed a letter to the girl. The sender's name was not indicated. Lisbeth thought it might be a secret message from the emperor. However, as soon as she opened the envelope, she immediately realized that the letter was not from the ruler. When she read it completely, her face twisted in horror and her body trembled with fear and a feeling of nausea. The next moment, Liz lost consciousness and fell to the floor. The maids immediately rushed to the room, picked up my lady, and took her to the doctor. Margaret picked up the letter that was near the girl. Its content surprised her. The doctor told Rihanna that her sister's confusion was due to shock, and that when my lady found peace, she would feel better. The countess asked Liz to eat, but the girl only turned away, saying she wasn't hungry. And she wanted to be alone. So Rihanna decided to leave her, saying her sister could call her if she needed anything. After a while, George entered Liz's room and asked if she was okay. The girl immediately jumped out of bed. She shouted that the letter had arrived for the second time. She was very scared. Liz understood that this psychopath knew her well and was watching her. But she didn't know which one in her circle was capable of doing this. George smiled mischievously and then sat down next to his beloved, hugging her and telling her that he was always ready to support her. Touching her lips with his fingers, he said he would always protect her from that scum. However, the girl pulled away from him, saying that they needed to find out the identity of the criminal. Lisbeth was going to talk to Lady Bueridge, and George tried to persuade her, citing the fact that it was dangerous. And go there now. However, the girl quietly left the room, leaving only the count. Soon she arrived at the estate, and she and Lady Bueridge came to the conclusion that the same person was writing to them. Her letter spoke of the blue dress she wore at Lady Shobolt's wedding, which was probably when the scoundrel saw her. Lisbeth thought about it, she was also at that wedding. Lady Borek was frightened when she realized that someone was watching her at that moment, with eyes full of filth and lust. Then Liz said that she would definitely make the scoundrel pay for what he had done. The girl took this matter seriously, carried out a real investigation, and when the mystery was about to be solved, she went to Regana and asked if she had kept the letter that Lisbeth had received earlier. The countess said she threw it away because its content was not fit to keep, and then asked why her sister was interested. Then Liz said that, in her opinion, someone from their circle was a pervert, as all the ladies who received the letters knew the sisters. And they were with them at the same events. Regana smiled mischievously and suggested asking for guest lists to note down who was at each event. Lisbeth, in tears, asked her to do this, because her older sister had many more connections. And Rhea agreed. George witnessed their conversation and hid in the corner of his room. When the girls dispersed, she went to Lisbeth. The man advised her to simply forget this situation, but the girl was sure that the scoundrel would not stop there. So it was necessary to cut the problem off at the root. Then George offered her a cup of tea, and Liz, without hesitation, took a few sips. George smiled as he approached the girl. Suddenly she felt dizzy. The next moment, the cup fell from her hand, and the girl fell unconscious onto George. The man slapped her cheek, shouting and asking her to wake up. And when he realized that Lisbeth definitely couldn't hear him, he carried her to bed and carefully covered her with a blanket. Then he took the ink bottle and poured the entire contents onto the table and the letters Liz was working on. George approached the girl again, gently stroked her cheek, and thought he should have listened to her. And stopped, so she wouldn't be unconscious now. Shortly after this, the Count went to see his wife to inform her that Liz was unwell. She was too stressed by the letter and didn't want to rest, so she fainted. The doctor said that Lisbeth must rest for several days and not leave the house. Rihanna then said she had an appointment today, so taking care of her sister falls on George's shoulders. The Count waited until his wife left the palace and then headed to Liz's room. The girl had already woken up and was tidying her things. She asked if George had seen the letter and the notes that were on the table yesterday. But the man simply put his arm around her shoulders, sat her on the bed, and told her that now the girl needed to rest, and sooner or later they would find the letters. Lisbeth obediently lay down on the bed, but she didn't understand why her head was throbbing so much. George said she was too nervous and gave her some pills to take. Soon the girl felt like everything was swimming before her eyes, and the man squeezed her against him. The next moment, George kissed the girl, and when he was sure that she had definitely lost consciousness, he decided to take advantage of her while she was unconscious. Meanwhile, Rihanna arrived at Lady Buerge and told her the shocking results of her investigations. That letter and the guest list pointed to only one person, her husband, George Royden. The woman couldn't believe it, because Lisbeth also received this letter. How could he send it to his sister-in-law? Moreover, such a crime must have a motive. Then, Rihanna told the woman that she needed to talk to her daughter. Indeed, on the day Lady Borg received the letter, Rihanna's coachman saw something strange. The next moment, Frankie entered the room, and the Countess asked him to tell her what he saw that day. After a while, night fell. Lisbeth woke up to an incomprehensible noise outside. Looking out the window, she saw an unknown man trying to push his way through the servants and enter the palace. George also woke up without understanding what was happening. Then the stranger ordered the immediate summoning of Count Royden. The Count recognized him as Duke Ferris and hurried out to meet him. The man asked if there was a servant named James in this mansion. Then George brought the coachman and asked why Ferris was looking for him. Frankie, who was behind the man, said that this was the man he saw that night. Before George had time to object, the Duke immediately punched him in the face. The Count fell to the floor and found himself right under the feet of the angry father of Lady Buerge. Lisbeth immediately ran out, not understanding what was happening. However, before she had time to approach her lover, Ferris threw himself on him again, delivering blow after blow. George shouted, trying to calm the man, telling him that there was some kind of misunderstanding between them. Then the man shouted. He didn't need any explanation from the scoundrel. After all, he knew that it was George who sent disgusting letters to his daughter and other aristocrats. When Lisbeth heard this, horror twisted her face. She couldn't believe it was true. Ferris said that the coachman saw George's servant leave a letter at his house. And then the Count hurried to justify himself, saying that James had written all this himself. The coachman immediately shouted that it was all a lie, that he was simply following the master's orders. All the letters were signed by the Count, and he simply delivered them. George shouted with all his might, refusing to admit his guilt, but Ferris didn't believe this. Why couldn't a simple coachman have written a letter of such content? Because it testified to the sender's closeness to the families of the affected aristocrats. It was George Royden who was present at all past events, so there was no doubt that he was the author. After this, terrible rumors about the daughter of the Norden house will definitely start circulating. Then George turned to Lisbeth. He grabbed her by the dress, shouting that he had nothing to do with it. However, the angry girl slapped his hand away, not wanting to listen to his excuses. She turned around and ran back to the palace, paying no attention to the Count's shouts. Then Ferris approached George and asked if he had any other excuses. He gave the Count one option: either confess what he did in court and accept the punishment, or he would have to deal with him personally. The Count thought that if this came to light, his reputation would end, he would be kicked out of the treasury, and Rihanna would leave, so the man knelt down, addressing the Duke, telling him that this situation could tarnish his reputation. His daughter is not married yet, and if he takes revenge on the young man for a small joke, no one will dare to propose to her. However, before he could finish speaking, the man kicked him in the face with all his might. The servants watched in horror as he beat the Count, leaving him no room to live. They wanted to stop him. However, Margaret intervened in the conversation and said that if the servants wanted to keep their jobs, they should keep their mouths shut. Everyone immediately fell silent, listening quietly to the sounds of blows and George's pleas. After a while, Margaret reported everything to Rihanna and the daughter of Faris. She said she had difficulty stopping the man for fear that he would kill the Count. The doctor said that George would probably have problems with his sex life and fertility. Buerg felt that her father had treated the Count too harshly, but Rihanna assured her that this was a normal reaction of a loving father. She apologized to the girl once more for her husband, but understood that this was not the Countess's fault. Moreover, she was worried that the Roydens would not have a child, and after this situation, they couldn't have one. But Rhea said that conceiving a child with George was out of the question. Now she realized how lucky she was not to have gotten pregnant by him all this time. But Lisbeth was having a hard time at that moment. She was hysterical. The girl couldn't believe all this was really happening. She was sick of how disgusting this situation was. All this time she met such a pathetic and lowly brat, and these thoughts gave her no peace. Liz got so sick that the maids had to call the doctor, who told Milady to rest and recover. He also said that last time, Count Royden told her to remain silent. But now he had to report that Lisbeth had recently consumed a large amount of toxic substances. The girl immediately jumped out of bed, and the doctor explained to her that it was the same poison they used to poison the lady. He asked her if she remembered drinking before she fainted. Then the girl got out of bed and took a vial of pills from the dresser. Smiling nervously, the doctor said that although he was forced to obey the Count's orders, all this caused her anxiety. Moreover, this drug is fatal to the embryo. Lisbeth was surprised. She didn't understand what the doctor was talking about, and then the man said that the girl had been pregnant for some time. After a while, George regained consciousness. His whole face was wrapped in cloth and bandages. He was informed that for several days he was on the verge of life and death. When the Count was informed that his wife Rihanna was now at work, the man shouted, not understanding how she could leave her husband alone in such a state. He immediately got out of bed, ordering them to bring him clothes, as he had no intention of staying here. George shouted that his job was his duty, that he couldn't lose his place in the treasury, and that he would prove it to everyone. Soon Margaret informed Rihanna that the Count had gone to work in this state. Apparently, he was not welcome in the treasury itself either. His colleagues thought the Count should be executed. Rihanna smiled satisfied because everything went exactly as she had planned. Meanwhile, George arrived at the treasury. He had a broken arm and leg and could barely walk with crutches. His colleagues were surprised. They couldn't understand what brought the Count here because he was on sick leave. Then Pickens told him that if he came to write his letter of resignation, he could mail it. But George coldly replied that he had done nothing wrong to be fired. That story was his private life. As a citizen, he had done nothing serious, and he was going to continue working here. But Pickens just smiled and said he would fire him anyway, because he had desecrated the name of all Esterach officials, and he needed to write a letter of resignation immediately. However, George was not going to do this, saying that Duke MacDonald had vouched for him, so the place should still be his. Pickens walked past him and told him that in that case, he could keep the place for the rest of the workday. When George went to his workplace, he found that the desk was no longer there. His colleague reported that a few days ago, he was dismissed by order of the Marquis. At that moment, one of the employees ran into the hallway and said that something interesting had been posted in the lobby. Meanwhile, Lisbeth told the doctor that her child had died. The man was shocked. He asked how much medicine the girl had to take for this. He feared that the lady had deliberately killed him, and Liz confirmed this by saying that she was not going to have a child with the bastard. She will occupy the most honorable place in Stereg, and will never have any brat against her chest. At that moment, a maid ran into the chambers, said that a wall newspaper had been put up for everyone to see. It was written in the name of a maid who had worked in the Royden residence for more than 10 years. It was said that George was a degenerate who lived with his sister-in-law at someone else's expense, and maintained an intimate relationship with her for several years. All the servants on the estate knew about it, but kept their mouths shut for fear of punishment. Evidence of the servants' words was also posted at the bottom of the wall newspaper. Before George had time to read everything written, the guards suddenly called him. He was arrested on suspicion of corruption and attempted murder, and was soon taken to prison, where he will remain awaiting trial. Until the end, George tried to justify himself by saying that it was all a simple misunderstanding. However, the investigator informed him that Duke MacDonald had already confessed everything. So both men would be stripped of their positions and soon sent into exile. Moreover, there were witnesses who confirmed the fact of the Count's attempted murder. Lady Bennigens said that she had served Royden for a long time, but one morning she was simply kicked out without even a recommendation. Moreover, for fear of publicity, the Count tried to poison her, and then the woman decided that if she continued to endure all this, she wouldn't survive. Therefore, Earl Royden had to be punished because he endangered the lives of his faithful servants just to sleep with anyone himself. Then George tried to convince the investigator that Lisbeth was to blame for everything. It was she who was going to expel and kill the servants. Then the man asked if the Count would admit the charge of poisoning his wife. Rihanna Royden and then George hesitated. At the same time, the families of the injured aristocrats who received letters from him also filed charges. And an investigation will be carried out on these grounds. Meanwhile, the maid told Lisbeth that the Count had been arrested, and the investigation did not confirm the fact of her complicity. The girl said that Count Norden asked to protect Lisbeth at all costs, but the girl herself said that everything was over. Her father could prevent his daughter from being sent to prison. However, he won't be able to do anything about the fact of the Emperor's betrayal. Lisbeth faced many charges: adultery, attempted murder. Among other things, she would be an empress who conceived from another man. Meanwhile, the truth about Count Royden's betrayals spread throughout the empire. The meeting between Rihanna and Lisbeth was not long in coming. The Countess slapped her sister on the cheek and asked how it felt to sleep with her husband. Lisbeth laughed wildly and said that Rhea seemed very offended because such a husband had been taken from her. However, Rihanna understood that it was only a matter of George being her husband. Since Lisbeth thought that by taking away her sister's men, she could defeat her. But she won't succeed. And if she keeps this feeling of inferiority to herself, perhaps the day will come when she wins and become empress. Lisbeth trembled with anger and fear, but did not dare to answer. Then, Rihanna ordered her sister's things to be brought to the hallway, while Lisbeth returned to the Norden residence. Thanks to her father, the girl will not be in prison with George. The man cared for his daughter, and that was the only reason Rihanna kept her alive. After a while, George was informed that a visitor had come to see him. It was Rihanna. And as soon as the man saw her, he immediately ran to his wife with a smile on his face. He knew she wouldn't believe these rumors and would come to save him. However, at that moment, the man next to the Countess handed the paper to George. It was Rihanna's lawyer. George wanted to rejoice that his wife hired a lawyer to acquit him. However, the smile immediately disappeared from his face when he was told that the document he held in his hands was a divorce petition. The Count immediately burst into tears. Turning to his wife, he begged her not to do this to him because if she leaves him, he will die. He said that he was even willing to kneel if she forgave him. In response to this, Rihanna only laughed, as she didn't care about her husband's pleas. She looked him in the face one last time before his death. And the girl was very happy that her husband looked pathetic. If he suddenly thinks of his husband, he will surely remember his image, and this thought greatly cheered her up. After a while, Rihanna arrived at the Emperor's palace, who was happy to see her after a long time. He said that the divorce process would soon be over, and then the man asked if Lisbeth should also be arrested, or at least isolated from society for the rest of her days. But Rihanna, with sadness in her voice, replied that he would not touch her as long as her father was alive. Due to the situation with the Empress's place, there was nothing to be done, so he hurried. But the girl was worried that her father, who was in poor health, might not be able to withstand such a blow. Then Alexander said that if something happened, he could send the imperial doctor to her. He added that if he wanted, he could depose or even execute his sister at any time. The emperor didn't even think about conceiving a future heir from such a person. At that moment, Lisbeth was sitting in her room at her father's estate, thinking about what she should do. A gray-haired man looked at her and told her that she must eat, otherwise her health would deteriorate. When the girl was alone again, she took out a bottle of liquid. Lisbeth thought that if she lost her child, she wouldn't become empress anyway. She won't be able to marry or enter secular society as a whole. And in that case, wouldn't it be better for her to just have the baby? In Esterach, an illegitimate child can also receive an inheritance. Thanks to Joseph Royden, she was able to receive the Royden inheritance. Lisbeth understood that if her father died, Rihanna would not leave her a penny. So, her only way to survive is to have a child and claim the Royden inheritance. The girl approached the mirror and looked closely at her reflection and her stomach. She turned to her son and told him that they would have to try hard. The next day, Rihanna told her servants to pack their things. At that moment, Joseph approached her. The countess said that she was leaving the palace, since she was no longer a relative of the Roydens. She was going to stay at the Hotel Norden. Then the young man said that his proposal to remarry was still valid. However, Rihanna had no intention of staying here. Instead, she wished Joseph a successful marriage with his future wife. Finally, she said that although George was in prison, he still had his status. And during his life, this house would belong to him. Meanwhile, his coachman, James, came to the imprisoned count. He said that along with other servants, he was trying to rescue his master. George was incredibly happy to finally get out of prison, and then James handed the flask to him. He said he had brought the count his favorite whiskey to cheer up the situation a bit. Then George apologized for blaming the coachman that night, but the boy said he had forgotten about it a long time ago. When the count had emptied his whiskey flask, James handed him the paper. Upon opening it, George realized that it was a will written by the coachman in his name. It stated that George would leave this world and transfer his property and title to his younger brother, Joseph. However, before the count had time to object, his body suddenly went limp, and blood flowed from his mouth. Then James, taking the vial from him, said that he kept the count's dirty secrets. And he was loyal to him, but in the end he set him up. Calling the former master a trashy brat, the driver turned around, letting the man die alone. When James returned to the palace, Jose gave him a whole bag of coins for his good work. Now, with good reason, he could be called Earl Royden. Rihanna, standing behind him, asked him displeased what he had done. Then Joseph repeated his words that as long as his brother was alive, this house did not belong to him. And now, he would like him and Rihanna to take care of this place. However, the girl advised him once more to find a good wife, and then headed for the exit. Joseph, realizing that he could not win the countess's heart, wished her happiness. She definitely has the right to it. Rihanna just smiled and said she would never be happy again. All she could do was try to become even more miserable. When night fell, Lisbeth was asleep in her bed at her father's house. In the middle of the night, she was awakened supposedly for something important. When the girl left the room, her father was already waiting for her. He hesitated a little and said that the emperor had sent a proposal to Rihanna. She was going to accept it as empress, and the man noticed that all this was very unexpected. Even for him. Lisbeth immediately shouted with rage that the emperor really didn't love her, but only wanted to contact the Norden house. And she didn't understand the reason. Did her father really possess some secret wealth? However, the man hurried to assure her that he himself did not know the reason for all this. Before the girl left, he hurried to add that Lisbeth was going to be named queen. He also said that she needed to meet with the emperor at least once before sending a response. Lisbeth immediately ran to her father. The last thing she wanted was for him to reject the ruler. The man hesitated because his daughter's reputation left much to be desired, but Liz shouted that it didn't matter, because he was going to marry her anyway. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by a maid who said that Lady Rihanna had arrived at the palace. The father went to meet his eldest daughter, and Liz immediately went to her room. Rummaging through her things, she thought she didn't expect such an outcome of events. However, she didn't want to accept everything as it is, and although she might not see the title of empress, she could at least become queen. The girl remembered her sister's words that she couldn't win just by taking away her men. But after taking out a bottle of poison, Lisbeth thought she could still defeat Rihanna. The next moment, she drank the contents of the bottle. After a moment, blood gushed from her mouth, and she fell to the floor, unconscious. The girl woke up already in bed. Sitting next to her bed was her sister, Rihanna, who told her that the girl had suffered a miscarriage. Lisbeth just laughed cheerfully and asked if her sister was going to tell the emperor everything. It doesn't matter that Liz is an adulteress, because His Majesty will still accept her as queen, because miscarriage is not something forbidden to receive this title. Then Rhea asked if her sister knew why the emperor needed all this. But she didn't care. Rihanna said that the emperor told the oracle's prophecy. It was thanks to him that they were taken as wives. Lisbeth was surprised and asked what the oracle had predicted. Then the countess said that the next emperor would undoubtedly be born from a woman of the Norden house. The younger twin couldn't believe what she heard, because she couldn't even think of this reason. Rhea said that from the beginning, it didn't matter which of the sisters he married. The point was that the countess was married, but as soon as she divorced, she was also proposed to. Slowly, Lisbeth began to understand the situation. If she hadn't touched George, the empress's place would have been hers from the beginning. Considering that Rhea and George couldn't have a child, which is why they constantly glanced sideways at each other. The older sister was only promised an unhappy married life. However, thanks to someone's virtue, everything changed, and His Majesty promised the girl that he would not have a child with Lisbeth. Soon, the medicine that would render the girl infertile would begin to take effect, so this was Liz's first and last child, besides a chance to become the mother of the next emperor. The girl seemed numb, not believing her sister's words. Despair seemed to spread throughout her body. Then Rihanna thanked her, because thanks to her she would become empress. And she would give the country a ruler, and she was willing to endure her sister's existence just to admire her unhappy expression. At that moment, Lisbeth couldn't restrain herself. She ran to her older sister, grabbing her by the neck. She screamed that she wouldn't let it go like this. She would definitely kill Rihanna. Then the father of the girls rushed into the room, grabbed Lisbeth, and pulled her away from her sister, telling her to calm down. The girl shouted that this creature had stolen her place, and then her father slapped her hard on the cheek. He said that her behavior was scandalous, that she was the only one to blame here, and that he couldn't atone for her pig, even on his knees. Then Rihanna announced that she was leaving to say goodbye, and her father wished her good luck on her journey. When the girl left the room, Lisbeth looked at her father with a crazy look, telling him that he had hit the future queen, and that he would face consequences for it. The man shouted in response to his daughter's impudence, saying that he would immediately send his refusal to the emperor. Liz threatened him, telling him that he had no right to go against the oracle's prediction. Then the father said that he was not going against him, because Lisbeth was not a Norden. 23 years ago, an interesting situation occurred. An acquaintance of Gordon, Rihanna's father, went to prison and was called a traitor. The guy's name was Howard, and he said he was falsely accused. However, he asked the man not to worry about him, because his life was already coming to an end. However, he still had a daughter. As soon as he was imprisoned, his wife gave birth prematurely, and the only thing she asked of Gordon was to give his daughter a good life. After all, if everything continues like this girl will live a miserable slave life. He asked the man to adopt his daughter as his own, because Gordon himself would soon have a daughter, and he could declare them twins. Howard expressed his last request, to take his daughter Lisbeth and raise her as Lisbeth Norden. And immediately after, he passed away. Therefore, Liz was not a true representative of the Norden family. Therefore, she had no right to marry the emperor. After a brief silence, Lisbeth asked her father if anyone else knew about this besides him. When Rihanna returned to the palace, an elegant outfit and jewelry awaited her. It was a gift from the emperor for today's celebration. The girl hesitated. She felt a bit ashamed to receive such expensive gifts, but the maids reported that the ruler insisted that she accept them. They reported that there would be a celebration in the palace where the future empress would be presented. And since Rhea's was temporarily staying at the Norden estate, the preparations would not be easy. Therefore, the emperor ordered a gift to be sent. Soon the festivity arrived. the girl appeared in the dress donated by Alexander. All the guests were amazed by the beauty of the future empress. Lisbeth was also present at the celebration and noted that her sister fits her new status like no one else. Smiling falsely, the girl said she was very happy to continue living with the future empress. Seeing her sister's cold face, Liz said that she loved her no matter what, even if Rihanna herself hated her. However, at that moment, everyone suddenly fell silent. The emperor himself appeared in the hall, dressed in an elegant white suit, Rihanna. And Lisbeth immediately greeted the ruler. However, Alexander didn't even pay attention to Liz and immediately went to his older sister. The man took her hand, inviting her to the first dance, and the girl, with a wide smile, nodded. Lisbeth was left alone, looking with envy as the emperor led her sister away. As the couples began to dance, Rihanna thanked the man for such a wonderful gift. Then Alexander asked how the future empress's father was doing. The girl replied that he was a little sick, but that his condition would improve as both his daughters became part of the royal family. Therefore, the queen could not be touched for the time being. The count in order was weakening, so Rihanna was worried. And this worried the emperor himself. The girl was surprised that the ruler was concerned about such things. But he said that she would become his wife, so, of course, he also thinks about that. Rhea noticed that she would not be His Majesty's only wife, but for Alexander, she was the only wife he cared about. After all, everyone knew the saying, "You marry two but love one." But the emperor proposed to keep the matter of feelings a secret for now. Meanwhile, the music ended, and then Alexander invited Rihanna to dance again. At that moment, Lisbeth approached them, apologized for her tactlessness, but still decided to invite the emperor to a dance. Then the man said that he was forced to refuse, since he had already made his promise. But Lisbeth did not give up. She said she wanted to ask Alexander a question. She asked if he knew that her sister could not have a child for another 5 years. Rihanna immediately lowered her head, and the emperor sadly asked Lisbeth what she meant. The girl explained this out of simple curiosity, because if her sister couldn't give birth to a child, the ruler would have to do something about it. Rihanna was stunned. She understood this problem herself, but she didn't know how to answer it. She and the emperor agreed that she would give birth to an heir, and His Majesty would not consider Lisbeth a candidate for the prince's mother. However, there was still a possibility that Rhea could not give birth to a child at all. She was distracted from these thoughts by a sudden appearance in the hallway. He said he had an urgent message for Lady Rihanna. The young man reported that the count in order had died. The girl couldn't believe what she heard, and at that moment, her sister laughed mischievously. Seeing the smile on Lisbeth's face, Rihanna immediately understood everything. It was she who killed her father. Then she felt the ground seem to sink beneath her feet, and the next moment the girl fell. The emperor managed to catch her. Trying to bring her to her senses, Lisbeth also ran to her, pretending to help her. However, when Rihanna's senses returned, Liz reported that the poison she drank was fatal to the fetus. She asked if she believed that a person who had been using it for a year could get pregnant. After some time, the day of Rihanna's father Gordon's wedding arrived. It was reported that he suffered a heart attack. Help was not provided in time, and this caused his death. However, Rihanna did not believe it. Her father never had heart problems. There were many servants on the estate, but no one really knows anything. However, then the girl thought that on that day, all the servants were busy dressing Lisbeth. So only her father and Liz herself remained on the estate. She remembered her sister's smile at the party. It turns out she knew about all this from the beginning. Rhea couldn't believe that Liz really decided to do such an act. At that moment, Margaret approached her. She told her that she would make a place for the lady so she could say goodbye to her father one last time. Standing in front of Gordon's coffin, Rihanna said that according to the doctors, he died of heart disease. The autopsy also found no traces indicating murder. But why then are anxious thoughts pursuing her? Rihanna supposed it was because she let Lisbeth kill her father. But if it really was her doing, then she definitely won't wait for mercy. Rihanna intended to destroy everything she loved with her own hands. When the farewell was over, the girl said that they needed to know what her father was doing on the day of his death. She ordered Margaret to monitor everyone on the estate, including everyone who had been here at least once in the last month. It was also necessary to find out what Lisbeth was doing and who last saw her that day, because it was obvious that they still didn't know something. After a while, the day of Rihanna and the emperor's wedding arrived. The maids were in full swing preparing the palace for such an important ceremony. Margaret personally helped her mistress. She thought about the best way to take revenge on Lisbeth, and came to the conclusion that if Rihanna and the emperor were truly happy, it would be great torment for her. Thus, Rihanna will be able to take revenge on her sister and, at the same time, remain happy. But the girl herself was tormented by the question, will she be able to experience love again? After George's betrayal, she realized that love would not protect her. She didn't know how Alexander felt, and moreover they were subject to a contract. It is impossible for a relationship like this to be about love, and these thoughts were tearing Rihanna apart. However, her preparations ended, and she had to go to the ceremony. The girl appeared in a luxurious wedding dress. Her train was so large that Margaret had to help the lady carry it. Alexander was already waiting for her near the altar. He noticed that his bride looked more beautiful than ever. When Rihanna approached him, they both turned towards where Lisbeth was. The girl wore a simple dress and generally looked very uncomfortable compared to her sister. However, the newlyweds were not particularly concerned about Liz's condition. The emperor took Rihanna's hand, called her his empress, and invited her out to the hall. Lisbeth filled with hatred for everything that was happening, because she was literally the third wheel here. The next moment, Rihanna and Alexander entered the ceremony hall. The guests rejoiced at meeting the future empress. Meanwhile, Liz walked alone behind the couple. None of the guests wanted to greet her. Soon the wedding ceremony began. The priest read a prayer, asking if the emperor was willing to love and respect the Nordic sisters in sorrow and joy, and also fulfill his duty as a husband. Alexander answered affirmatively, without hesitation. When it was Rihanna's turn to take the oath, her face grimaced. But she answered that she agreed. Later, after the ceremony, the girl asked her husband to forget today's oath, saying that she couldn't love him. Alexander reassured her by telling her that he himself was experiencing the same emotions. However, he didn't expect Rihanna herself to come to him. The girl answered that this was their agreement. She committed to fulfilling it. Then the emperor said he was very happy that in the end the girl did not change her mind. The next moment he kissed her and hugged her tightly. At that moment, Lisbeth was sitting alone in her chambers. The maids informed her that His Majesty the Emperor had arrived at the Empress's palace. The girl filled with anger, realizing that once again she was out of business. However, she smiled and said the maids could go rest. When Liz was left alone, she thought that from the beginning she knew Rihanna would be the first to be emperor. Obviously, Liz's situation was much better now than before, but she was in a disgusting mood. But she has come so far that she simply cannot give up. In the end, she will still be the one Alexander Sterag chooses. So she will let Rihanna laugh as much as she wants, because it won't last long. Meanwhile, Rihanna herself spent the night in bed with her husband. Although she showed no resistance, she was visibly trembling, and the emperor noticed it. He said it would be better if the girl just slept today. He would understand if she didn't want to be intimate with him today. Rihanna realized that the man felt her fear. As they kissed, she felt blood flowing through her entire body, like on the day she first saw George with Lisbeth. A feeling of disgust accompanied by goosebumps and nausea, as if connected to the memories of that day. It was a kind of disgust. When His Majesty stopped, for some reason Rihanna felt calmer. But this cannot be done. One way or another, it was her responsibility. Then Alexander said he didn't need to try hard, but the girl said that maybe she didn't have much time. The man didn't understand what she was talking about, and then the girl explained that the poison she was taking could cause infertility. The emperor was surprised that she was talking about this only now. Rhea answered that she needed time, because nothing was clear yet. She also said that she suspected the queen had murdered her father. Unfortunately, she still didn't have any physical evidence. However, at the celebration, she laughed and also told Rihanna about the poison. However, it was impossible to speak with certainty about her infertility. Moreover, the queen took the same poison, but there were still no changes. So Rihanna asked her husband to wait a bit, because if Lisbeth took the same poison, they could watch her. The emperor really didn't like the fact that Rhea was always next to the queen. So he had his hands tied, and they couldn't delay the wait. So the girl assured him that she would definitely find evidence. The next day, during tea, the girls talked about how the emperor apparently fell in love with his empress at first sight. Hearing all this, Rihanna tried to smile so that others wouldn't think anything bad. But she understood that it was not about love. Last night, Alexander told her that he didn't want to be loved, nor did he want to love. These feelings are too fleeting, and in the end, only hostility remains, even if the feelings are insignificant at first. Therefore, he suggested that Rihanna should not love, but only help herself, just like when they first met. However, the girl told the guests that His Majesty cared a lot about her, so she could only be grateful. Then the girls asked if the queen had ever left the castle. They suggested that she was simply ashamed to be born, and that the emperor was not interested in her. At that moment, Lisbeth approached the table, bowing to her sister, the great moon of the empire. Rihanna said she did not invite the queen here. Liz answered with strained sadness that the empress's words hurt her. However, she then smiled and added that both of them fit the description of the prophecy, which was wonderful. Liz placed the basket of cookies on the table and said that she herself had baked the delicacies for His Majesty, since she had been good at cooking since she was little. Rhea said it was so long ago that she didn't even remember any of it, but Liz remembered it as if it were yesterday. Then the girl approached the empress, asking if it could be that she had also been poisoned. Rihanna didn't understand what she was talking about, and then the girl said it was just a joke. She sat down at the table and said she was just offended for not being invited to the tea party. Noticing the perplexed faces of the girls, she asked if her joke was really that bad. Then the queen handed the cookies to everyone, saying they didn't look very good. But they tasted good. All the girls immediately hesitated, citing throat problems and whatnot, instead of tasting the queen's delicacies. Then Lisbeth said that in that case, she would eat everything herself and took a bite of the cookie. The guests looked at each other nervously, not believing that the queen herself decided to taste their preparations. Liz smiled and asked the empress to at least call her from time to time for tea, because she had no one except her sister, and her father would really like to see them together. Rihanna's face darkened immediately. Lisbeth acted as if she hadn't killed the man. The guests noticed that the empress apparently hadn't had time to recover, yet because the count died so suddenly. So one of the women said that Count Norden rested in peace, because his two daughters held such high positions. Rihanna thanked the girl for her kind words, but Liz interrupted the conversation. She said that she was the first to receive an offer from the emperor, but due to the terrible rumor, she was stripped of her status as empress. It was so hard on her father as it was on her, because the rumor spread very quickly, as if someone had spread it deliberately. But Lisbeth hoped not to have conflicts with others over this. Rihanna thought that one had to be a fool not to understand the meaning of the words spoken by Lisbeth. Initially, the right to become empress belonged to her, but it was taken away, and she became queen. No one knows if the queen is really that immoral, or if someone just started an unfounded rumor and, if so, the empress justly obtained her place. If you skillfully mix truth with lies, people's doubts will increase. And Lisbeth used her head well this time. Then Liz added, with a smile, that despite the injustice, being close to Her Majesty, the Empress is a great joy for her. Rihanna replied that if she is really that grateful, then she must be more careful with her words in the future. After all, it seemed as if she doubted the valuable decision of His Majesty. It is unlikely that the Emperor would know anything if he ended up putting Lisbeth in his place. Rihanna said she should be grateful to the Queen for the prophecy and hoped she would take her into account while living in the imperial palace. Meanwhile, Alexander went to the temple, but he was informed that there were no new prophecies. There was no prophecy for over 30 years. The previous emperor received only one prediction in his entire life, so Alexander should not have expected too much. The emperor wondered if the empress and the queen were poisoned and couldn't have children. He believed that there would be no new prophecy, so it happened, and by the appointed date, the next emperor should be from the Norden family. However, the question of which sister was supposed to give birth to him tormented him. But it seems Alexander had no other choice. The advisor noticed that the emperor constantly had a gloomy expression on his face. And then the man said that the empress had told him about the poison a long time ago. And it was also unknown whether the queen was involved in the murder of Count Norden. The counselor couldn't believe that Lisbeth was capable of committing such a terrible act. So Alexander said that now nothing was known, but they had to prepare. He asked the man to secretly go to the doctor so that an antidote could be created. And at the same time, Duke of Kailan must not find out. The redhead said he would follow the master's orders. And at that moment, the emperor began to think that he was once again dealing with poison. As if the fate of his parents was repeating itself. A girl who came from a poor family, Alexander's mother, Empress Liliana. She occupied this place due to her father's persistent courtship. But her father, former Emperor Richard Primary, was too frivolous and did not want to give his heart to only one woman. And after 3 years of marriage, he began to cheat on his wife. Having been rejected by her beloved, Alexander's mother fell ill due to a disease. Only one chambermaid remained in the empress's palace, who sincerely cared about her. Liliana treated her like her own sister and trusted her. The chambermaid, being alone in the imperial palace, only sought power, and Liliana did not know that she was her husband's mistress. As a result, the people she trusted the most, the emperor and the chambermaid, poisoned her. And the name of that woman was Rosalind Kielan. She was the biological mother of Albert and the only daughter of Duke of Kielan. Alexander thought this wasn't even funny. He decided to be the opposite of his father, but in the end, everything turned out this way. Suddenly, a sound was heard behind the man. He wondered who it could be, as he ordered all the garden servants to be called. Then a girl came to meet him, telling him that she had been looking for the emperor for a long time. It was Lisbeth. The man immediately asked her what she was doing here. Then the queen said that she had also been chosen by the oracle, so she had the right to spend at least one night with His Majesty. Alexander asked her how she dared to appear in the emperor's palace without permission. And in this way, the girl said that love can be reckless and asked him to pay attention to her heart. But the emperor only advised her to be more prudent. After all, in any case, this act did not speak of her feelings for him. And the girl should not have appeared here so shamelessly. Lisbeth screamed that she was also his wife, the queen of the empire. Didn't she really have the right to appear before her husband? Alexander only coldly replied that he did not give the queen the right to do this, and that if she wanted to receive normal treatment, she should have behaved appropriately. Lisbeth screamed that one day the emperor would take pity and call her to the imperial palace himself. He would need her to conceive the future heir. And in the end, he will cling to her chest and talk about love, but in response to this, Alexander just smiled. He replied that love is just a dream, and then he left the girl. However, Lisbeth was not going to give up. She would still see him kneeling before her. But before that, she definitely had to get rid of Rihanna. In the morning, the empress was informed about the conflict between the queen and her husband. The empress's palace housekeeper, Isabel, reported that it seemed the guards were patrolling the door. And they didn't notice Lisbeth. The emperor was confused, but when leaving here he was very calm. The queen was probably plotting something. Isabel also reported that in the morning the queen baked cookies and went to the emperor. However, His Majesty didn't even receive her gift. Then Rihanna said that they needed to prepare wine as a gift for His Majesty's birthday. This was the first celebration after the wedding, so it was necessary to bring something rare and expensive. However, the housekeeper said it wouldn't be a good idea. It turned out that the emperor was not famous for his love of wine. Not many people knew this. Alexander only drinks white wine in small amounts, But even so, it would not be a good gift. Then Isabel offered to prepare an apple pie for her. When she was a child, Empress Liliana used to prepare it for her son. Rihanna decided it would be a great gift and announced that she would make the cake with her own hands. The palace's head pastry chef, Elaine, was sent to help the girl. Rihanna had heard a lot about him as a professional in his field. Elaine stated that he also prepared dishes for the Empress herself. So the girl said she had never cooked before, but the man promised her that not everything would be so difficult. However, as soon as she turned away for a moment, the stove behind which the Empress was standing burst into flames. All her preparations were exhausted again. But Elaine was not discouraged. He believed that the lady would definitely succeed. However, Rhea burned herself, so her wound had to be treated first. At that moment, Margaret ran to the kitchen and announced an urgent matter. So Rihanna asked if everyone had really run away from their seats. When the girls left the kitchen, Margaret reported that no evidence or witnesses had been found yet. It was said that there were no fights between the Count and Isabel. Before the Count's death, they communicated pleasantly during meals. However, there was something strange about this story. The cook, who was supposed to be on shift that day, received a recommendation the day before and hastily left the estate, disappearing before they could be questioned. Moreover, the letter of recommendation bore Rihanna's signature. Meanwhile, Lisbeth was surprised by how quickly her maid dealt with that cook. It was quite a difficult matter, and she was glad that the girl had overcome it. However, she was worried about having tied up all loose ends. So the girl said she hid her so that no one could find her. Everything turned out much simpler because she had no relatives or friends. Even if someone found something, the maid promised to take care of it, and the lady only had to think about getting the highest position. Lisbeth was surprised by such an unusual approach to the matter. As a rule, people like this girl have a motive, and then she asked the maid if she could trust her. So the girl replied that she would prove her loyalty to the queen with all her might. After all, her life depended on Lisbeth. If the clues lead to them, then she won't be able to avoid execution. However, if the queen is elevated, she will be able to claim the title of head maid of the palace. Lisbeth noticed that she and this girl were quite similar. Their parents were in debt due to gambling, and she left shortly before they sold her little sister. And from how much she seeks money and tries to advance in her career, we can say that she is not an ordinary girl at all. However, Liz didn't know if she could trust her, because now the emperor supports Rihanna in everything. And she also needed someone loyal. Lisbeth couldn't do anything in the palace, so having extra hands would be good. But Rihanna manages all the servants of the Norden estate, so she must be careful. Because now Liz could only rely on the servants in her palace, who had not yet dealt with her. A girl who was so hungry for money and recognition could not simply betray her. So she decided that she could use Diana. The queen gave the maid a large bag of money, enough to cover living expenses and additional needs. Diana thanked her mistress and promised to prove her loyalty. Then Lisbeth told her that from now on she would be her eyes and ears. Meanwhile, Margaret treated Rihanna's wound, which turned out to be more serious than expected. But the Empress refused the help of a doctor. She was more interested in her personal errand. They had to find the missing maid before Lisbeth got ahead of them. Margaret promised to find her as soon as possible. Then, Rhea asked the girl to help her at a dinner where her first meeting with Prince Albert would take place. The Empress was worried that something would go wrong when she arrived. The meeting, the girl, as expected, had some difficulty eating due to the wound she had on her finger. Then the Emperor brought a fork of food to Rihanna and asked her to serve herself. The girl felt ashamed and said she could ask the servants. But the Emperor insisted. He saw that Rhea couldn't even hold a fork properly. Then he said he intended to feed her himself. The girl hesitated and said that the prince and queen were sitting in the hall. But that was Alexander's plan. He deliberately arranged this scene in front of her eyes. So Rihanna smiled and said she wouldn't refuse such a tempting offer. After carefully tasting the food from her husband's fork, the girl turned to Prince Albert and told him that his brother was very affectionate. The young man said that in secular circles, everyone had heard about their warm relationship. Rihanna pointed out that all this is thanks to His Majesty's care. He is always there, so getting used to palace life wasn't that hard. Then the girl asked what Lisbeth thought about it, and she, stuttering a little, agreed with the Empress. Albert asked Rihanna to take care of his brother, because he always wanted Alexander to have a good family. He said he would like to quickly receive news about the child from the prophecy. But the Emperor interrupted him. The man said that his brother was especially talkative today. He asked her to continue watching her words and not start empty conversations to avoid misunderstandings. Then Isabel asked if the Emperor wanted to spend the night in the royal palace. Good wine was brought to him today. But Alexander only took Rihanna's hand and told her that tonight he was going to spend time with the Empress. Seeing this, Liz immediately fell silent, looking at her sister with hatred. Meanwhile, the action moves to an unknown palace. A middle-aged duke was sitting at the table when suddenly someone knocked on his door. A girl entered the office and said that the Emperor would spend the night today at the Empress's palace, and that he wasn't even paying attention to the Queen. Then the man said that everything was ready, and that it would be good to send the Queen at the same time so that she would fall into the trap. Using the Queen's jealousy, they were going to get rid of the Empress, and then the Emperor would be completely alone. Then the man asked the stranger if she realized her importance in this matter, to which she answered affirmatively. The next moment, the girl took off her hood. It was Diana, the same maid who swore allegiance to Lisbeth, but now she was going to give the Queen a good turn. At that moment, a girl with blue hair woke up, lying on a hospital bed with her face and head wrapped in bandages, screaming the Empress's name. She didn't understand where she was, and then the same man approached her and told her that she was at Duke of Kielan's estate. He said that the girl was found in a broken carriage and was immediately taken to his mansion, where her wounds were then treated. The girl thanked the Duke, but it seemed strange to him that the first thing she did was call the Empress. Was she really his personal maid? But the Duke said that even though the girl was not, she still called the lady immediately after waking up. Then the man moved away from the room, saying he had made a mistake, that this girl had no relationship with the Empress. The girl suddenly asked the man what happened to Her Majesty. However, Kylan said that it was reckless to ask questions that do not concern her. Then the girl said that she would like to know if it concerns Her Majesty. And then the man shouted that he would not tell her such a thing. The girl hurried to reassure him, and then told him that she had worked as a maid at the Norden estate for 10 years. The man smiled when he realized that the girl had fallen for his trick. He asked her if her name was Emily. Keelan explained that the Empress had precisely named this name. While investigating the circumstances of Count Norden's death, they discovered that a maid named Emily had disappeared. She had received a forged letter of recommendation and had left the property. And everything was very suspicious. The girl was in shock. It turned out that the Empress's letter was fake, but they sent it in the Norden carriage. Then she asked if the man knew who could have done this to the maid. She introduced herself as the same Emily from the Norden estate. The girl assumed that the person who did this was Her Highness the Queen. Then the man confirmed her words. The maid immediately got out of bed and said that then she also had something to say. Then she recounted what happened that day on the Norden estate. Duke of Kielan did not expect to hear Earl Brown's name again, and even regretted not being able to talk to the girl until the end. But still, she was an eyewitness, so she learned the most important thing. The Queen added poison to the Count's glass, and now it's up to him to decide how to use this information. That night, Rihanna had a strange dream in which she saw Lisbeth strangling her father. The girl immediately ran to the man, with the intention of bringing him to reason. However, at that moment, Lisbeth took his hand, telling him that he was late again. Rihanna woke up in a cold sweat and screaming her father's name. Alexander, who was sleeping next to her, immediately realized that she was having nightmares again. He said that accepting the death of a loved one is not easy, and in fact, building a close relationship with someone is the same as condemning yourself to suffering. The girl thanked him for his support, and then the man took her hand. He said that the antidote would be ready soon. Rihanna was surprised, as it was the first time she heard about it. Then the emperor explained that the poison in her body would dissolve, and he himself ordered a study to be started to completely cure the girl. And as soon as the antidote is ready, he will think of a medicine that will make the queen infertile. Because this way, the empress will be calmer. The girl smiled, and then Alexander leaned towards her with the intention of kissing her. At that moment, Cain, the emperor's advisor, entered their chambers, interrupting the couple's kiss with his presence. Seeing that the man was already awake, he smiled and apologized for the intrusion. Then the emperor asked with sadness why he had come. In the end, it turned out that the queen wanted to invite Alexander to dinner. She insisted on his presence, so Cain could do nothing. But the emperor immediately refused and asked Cain to tell Isabel that he already had an appointment. Cain wanted to say that the emperor had no plans for today, but the man said that he had just planned a dinner for him. He planned to spend it with the empress. The man said he didn't want to miss the opportunity to be alone with her. Soon dinner arrived. The emperor immediately noticed the taste of the dishes. The girl said that she consulted Lord Cain about the man's preferences. However, she said he didn't have a favorite dish. Alexander explained that even if he had a favorite dish, he wouldn't want to tell anyone about it. After all, if such information becomes public, he won't even be able to find out who planted the poison on him. Then Rihanna asked if anyone had ever tried to poison the emperor. He answered in the negative, however, he had some concerns. Seeing the confusion on his wife's face, he said he wasn't worried that she would do that. After all, they were not just allies. If Alexander didn't trust his wife, he wouldn't have invited her to dinner. Rihanna then smiled and said it was time for dessert. Then Elaine entered the dining room and greeted the emperor and the empress. He presented the man with a dessert that Rihanna had prepared herself, and Alexander noticed that she must have hurt herself at that time. But Rhea just said that it was the first time they were celebrating the ruler's birthday. So she wanted to do something special. The girl lifted the lid and showed the man an apple pie, and said that she tried to repeat exactly how her husband ate it when he was a child. Alexander noted with a smile that Lady Elizabeth must have told him about this, because she was his nurse. Then Rihanna smiled widely, congratulating His Majesty on his birthday. The emperor thanked her and told her that he was expecting her at the birthday ball tonight. When the time came, Rihanna appeared at the ball, but she thought she was dressed too pretentiously. But the maid noted that today the ladies would be dressed in their best clothes. The emperor himself would be solemnly dressed, and his empress should do the same. At that moment, Margaret approached the girl and told her that His Majesty had sent her a bouquet of flowers. Rihanna blushed with shame, thinking it was too generous a fee for one night. But she still noticed how considerate the emperor was. When the ball arrived, all the guests were happy to see the sun and the moon of the empire. The guests noted that the empress looked simply beautiful, in keeping with the heroine of this evening. Then Lisbeth approached the emperor and congratulated him on his birthday. The girl said that she had prepared a gift for him, the legendary high-quality wine from Tianti's. Made by Henry Crone himself. Alexander noticed that his mother really liked this wine, and then he thanked the queen for the gift. Lisbeth suggested that we have a drink because today is a special day. It was necessary to toast to the health and well-being of His Majesty. Then Rihanna remembered that they told her the emperor didn't particularly like red wine. But the man agreed to try it. The girl tried to dissuade her husband from this idea, but he didn't seem to hear her. Soon Lisbeth toasted to the health of His Majesty, the emperor, and the eternal prosperity of Sterag. After hesitating a little, Alexander still drank from the glass. Rihanna watched her husband with concern the whole time. Soon the man left the banquet hall, and Rhea went to look for him. When she confronted Cain, she said that the emperor had a strange complexion and it bothered her. After hesitating a bit, the man said that His Majesty was already outside. So the girl headed for the door, warning her husband that she was coming in now. The sight she saw surprised her. Alexander was sitting on the floor, leaning against a column. Drops of sweat ran down his face, and he was breathing heavily. The girl immediately ran to him, worried that something had happened to the man. but he said it was all the wine's fault. He didn't want to show weakness in front of people, so he drank it against his will. But now he asked Rihanna to keep what she saw here a secret. Then Alexander pressed against the girl's chest and asked her to sit like this with him for a while. Rihanna gently stroked her husband's hair and hugged him by the shoulders. After a while, he said he felt better now, and that the reason was his wife's efforts. They were the ones who helped him, and now he intended to thank Rihanna. The girl wanted to refuse, when suddenly Alexander said that he knew her intentions to do charity work with other nobles. Rhea said that she intended to do it immediately, after the celebration. And the emperor decided to go with her to support her endeavor. The girl thanked her husband and pointed out that his presence would have a beneficial effect on her business. So the man said that they were very late, and it was time for them to return. And then the couple returned to the hall holding hands. All this time, Lisbeth had been watching them, hidden behind one of the columns. She thought there were two people, but only one prophecy, and she didn't like this situation at all. The queen was going to decide for herself who would take her place next to the emperor. The next day, Rihanna arrived at the shelter. The workers immediately began to greet her with a bow. The girl did not expect such a respectful greeting at all, because she came here to serve a good cause, and not to receive honors. Then the shelter owner said that today two sisters came here, the empress and the queen, and that their visit alone was a great honor. Rihanna didn't understand what he meant when he talked about the queen, and then the woman pointed to Lisbeth, who had already arrived here and even decided to help them sweep the streets. The girl immediately ran to her sister and told her that she was late. But she herself had been looking forward to this day and apologized for her rudeness and for coming early. Rihanna just smiled ironically and told her servants that it was time to start. Looking at her sister, Lisbeth thought about how she was trying to look good in front of the emperor. Then the girl angrily threw the broom away, as she had no intention of doing this humiliating cleaning anymore. She leaned against the tree, sighing with exhaustion. At that moment, a little girl living in an orphanage stumbled over her leg. The baby immediately got up and, in tears, apologized to the queen. However, Lisbeth became furious at this situation, ran to the girl and began to scream at her. She accused the baby of ruining her expensive dress. At that moment, Rihanna ran to them and asked the girl if she was hurt and why she was crying. The girl pointed at Lisbeth and said that her eyes were very scary. The queen jumped up and asked her sister not to jump to conclusions based on the child's words. Then Rhea asked Liz not to force herself to come here next time, because there is no point in doing charity work that is not heartfelt. After that, the girl took the baby for a snack, and Lisbeth trembled with anger. And she was not going to forgive him. Meanwhile, all the children gathered in the dining room to taste the delicacies brought by the empress. Lisbeth ran up to her sister and said through gritted teeth that she was wrong. She said she would like to help with the cooking, and generally Rhea didn't mind. So the queen went to the kitchen and wondered why the cook was cutting off the potato sprouts. The woman explained that they are poisonous and that one can get poisoned, and even one child died because of them. Then Lisbeth came up with an idea. Since a person can be killed with potato poison, she can kill Rihanna and pretend not to know anything. The girl secretly took some potatoes, thinking that soon she would become the only girl in the prophecy. And then His Majesty would have no other choice. Then the queen asked the cook to let her prepare the potatoes. At that moment, Rihanna walked through the kitchen and noticed the women's conversation. Soon, when the dishes were ready, Lisbeth sprinkled Rihanna's dish with grated roots. At that moment, the emperor entered the shelter. He wanted to see the empress. While everyone present was greeting the ruler, Lisbeth decided to hide before they noticed her. But the man noticed her. He had seen her before. Then the queen was doing something in the kitchen, smiling mischievously. Soon it was time for afternoon tea. Rihanna invited her husband to enjoy the dishes. However, the man looked strange, as if something was bothering him. Then he invited Rihanna to swap dishes with him. The girl didn't understand what he meant, because the dishes were exactly the same. Then he said that someone might have poisoned his dish, and that he would feel better if they swapped. The empress decided not to argue with her husband, and soon the man tasted the food from his plate. Catching Lisbeth's gaze. When the meal was over and the couple was returning in the carriage, Ria noticed that Alexander looked paler than usual. She said they could stop the carriage if the man was not feeling well. Then the emperor noticed that Ria, apparently, also noticed something strange in the queen's behavior. He gave his sister one last portion and then looked at her and smiled. And if Alexander hadn't eaten his portion, Rihanna herself would have done it. The girl supposed that something was wrong with the food, but she didn't want to draw attention to a place that already needed help. But she still didn't understand why the emperor made such sacrifices, because his life was more valuable than hers. However, the man said that their lives are equal. Moreover, only Rihanna can give him an heir, as he will not have children with Lisbeth. So the girl said she had no intention of dying. However, the emperor said that he was worried about her and that she should not be so careless with herself. But before the man had time to finish speaking, his unconscious body suddenly fell onto his wife, who immediately called a doctor. Soon the emperor was taken to the palace, where he was examined by a doctor. Everything pointed to poisoning, and the dose of poison was significant. Rihanna asked in what condition her husband was now. The man said that he had given the emperor medicine, so the worst was already over. But that he needed to rest. Then he handed the girl a small bottle of liquid. This was the antidote the emperor had asked her to create. It wouldn't work immediately. First, they had to see how it would work. Soon the doctor left the room, and Rihanna was left alone with the emperor. At that moment, Lisbeth ran to the chambers. She screamed excitedly that only the last scoundrel could do this to the ruler. Rihanna didn't understand why her sister was putting on this show. The queen said she simply came to take care of the emperor, because due to his poisoning, Rihanna would have to replace the man on the council. However, Ria was not going to tolerate this impudence. She ordered her sister to return to her home. Moreover, Lisbeth was the main suspect in the poisoning. The girl screamed, saying she was a queen, that she had to give birth to an heir for the emperor. So she wouldn't do such a thing. Rihanna then said that the poisoned soup dish was intended for her, and that it would be foolish of her to leave the main suspect next to the emperor. Lisbeth was indignant, not understanding since when the empress accused people so groundlessly. Then Rihanna said that if her sister really wants to prove her innocence, they will conduct an investigation tomorrow. Lisbeth asked the empress what would happen if she still didn't leave. In response to this, Rihanna slapped her and told her that if the queen wants to keep her miserable place, she will listen to her and quietly leave the chamber. The girl advised her sister not to act hastily, because so far she felt sorry for her. Then Isabel threatened the empress by telling her she would regret what she had done. With these words, she turned around and left the room. Soon the council meeting began. Rihanna took the emperor's place and explained to those present that the ruler had been poisoned the night before. The girl said that His Majesty visited the shelter to support the work of the charity group. He ate nothing but potato soup, and it happened that just before starting the meal they swapped dishes. Therefore, the original victim was the empress, but the question is how the ruler was poisoned. All this made everyone who participated in the charity event yesterday a suspect in the attempted assassination of an imperial family member. Everyone who came to the shelter yesterday is a suspect, and their movements will be restricted until the results of the investigation are known. Rihanna also said that there would be no exception for the queen. Then she assigned Count Esper to conduct the investigation under her direction. Count Esper, having assembled an investigation team, first went to the scene of the incident, to the Mason orphanage. The manager said that yesterday, apparently, she didn't notice anything suspicious. However, she noticed something while cleaning the containers. There were only potato peels, but she saw how fruits were peeled and their roots removed. Apparently, the queen threw them away separately. The count was surprised that potato root poison was deadly. The manager explained that the roots of an entire bag of potatoes would be enough for a lethal dose. Soon, the count reported everything to the empress. Moreover, a little later Mrs. Proctor, who participated in the charity, came to Rihanna. She said that Lisbeth learned about the poison from her. Then Rihanna realized that only one person could be the criminal, her sister. Lisbeth herself, meanwhile, could not find a place for herself. She tried to reassure herself by saying that a long time had passed and that she certainly hadn't left any evidence. Perhaps she should have left things as they were. At that moment, Diana approached the girl. She was excited, as she had just heard the news from the washerwoman. It was reported that evidence was found. The potato roots cut during cooking all disappeared. Mrs. Proctor came to the Empress and called her a criminal. Then Lisbeth realized that she was truly finished. Rihanna, meanwhile, was sitting next to the Emperor's bed. 5 days had already passed, but he still lay unconscious. The girl touched her husband's hand, and then, unexpectedly for her, tears rolled down her cheeks. At that moment, the Emperor squeezed her hand in response, asking her if she was really that worried that he might die. Rihanna was incredibly surprised that after so long, her husband finally opened his eyes. However, upon regaining consciousness, he reported that the criminal had already been found. Count Spear managed to discover something, and Madame Proctor confirmed his conjectures. At that moment, Alexander touched his wife's cheek, praising her for a job well done. He knew she could handle everything. He then proposed finally executing the queen, but Rhea said she couldn't find evidence of Lisbeth's involvement in her father's death. But still, she wanted her sister to answer for her sins, and then the Emperor suggested that she act gradually. At that moment, Prince Albert entered the room greeting his older brother. He said he could now breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that Alexander had woken up. So Rihanna got up with the intention of leaving the brothers in peace. But the Emperor told her to stay. Albert noticed that the man, apparently, was not very happy with his visit. He said everything had been turned upside down and that he should hate Alexander and he. In turn, he should ask for forgiveness, but for some reason, only Albert was the criminal. However, the Emperor said that it was not so, because hatred is a feeling shared between two. And if he hated his older brother, nothing prevented him from feeling the same. Albert was surprised by this answer. However, Alexander asked him to stop joking, because it has always been this way. Then the prince said that since his brother didn't mind him coming to him for pure reasons, he would leave. In any case, he was convinced of the Emperor's well-being and could now only wish him a speedy recovery. When the prince left, the Emperor noticed the confusion on Rihanna's face, and he told her to speak if she wanted to. However, he explained to her that this is his relationship with his brother. They hate and despise each other. Then he asked his wife if she thought they needed anything else. Rihanna responded to this by reminding him of the relationship between her and Lisbeth. Alexander, smiling, noticed that in this, he and the Empress were very similar. At that moment, Margaret burst into the room, barely breathing. She screamed that they had found the missing maid. Then, the Emperor congratulated his wife for achieving her goal much sooner than expected. The girl pressed her cheek against the man's palm and said that to mark a happy ending, they would have to open another bottle of champagne. Soon the Emperor's health fully returned to normal, and he could present himself at the council. He said that today there was only one topic to discuss on the agenda. These were the atrocities of Queen Lisbeth Norden, for which the council should punish her accordingly. The Queen's first crime was an assassination attempt on the life of the Empress, Rihanna Norden, through poison. It failed, so the Emperor's life was in danger, which constitutes the second crime. And the third crime is the poisoning of her own father, Count Norden. These accusations were enough to strip the Queen of her title. However, at that moment, one of the councillors decided to object. It was the Duke of Kylan. He asked if the Emperor had evidence pointing to the Queen's involvement. Alexander then said that Madame Proctor's testimony and Count Spear's investigation should be enough. However, the Duke said that the presence of poison in the potato sprouts was not a secret, and that it was impossible to blame the Queen just for the disappearance of the sprouts. The Duke then moved on to the topic of Lisbeth's father's death, but at that moment, the Emperor invited a person into the hall. It was Emily, the same kidnapped maid. The man gave her the floor. The girl said that on the day of the Count's murder, she was performing her duties on the estate. Then she saw Lady Lisbeth pour something into her father's glass. Almost immediately after this, the Count died. Emily then said that this was all she knew. The girl looked at Duke Keelan, who smiled mischievously and put a finger to his lips. Emily remembered his words. The man ordered her not to say anything. Then the Emperor asked if this evidence would be enough for the Duke. Because they couldn't let someone alive who not only killed his own father, but also dared to invade the imperial couple. The rest of the council had nothing to say, but some were confused because Lisbeth was the girl from the prophecy. The Emperor announced that from that moment on, the Queen would be stripped of her title and sentenced to death, which would take place in 3 days. And in view of the prophecy, Alexander insisted on personally carrying out the execution of the sentence. Then Duke of Kylan said that, in view of this very prophecy, executing the Queen would be a reckless act, since the Empress had not yet given birth to an heir for the empire. However, the Emperor said that he and the Empress had married recently, and that both were still young, so these worries were unnecessary. Kylan chuckled, saying he was only thinking of the good of the ruling family and of the empire, so he could postpone the sentence for now, because it could be executed at any time. The Emperor looked grimly at the Duke, realizing that in the eyes of others, the decision to execute him would indeed seem unreasonable. So he agreed with the man. However, this did not cancel the Queen's atrocities. After all, it was she who served the poisoned dish to the Empress. Therefore, the Queen's life is saved, but she is stripped of her title and named the Empress's servant. After the Emperor's words, a deathly silence reigned in the hall, because if the girl came from an aristocratic family, she was given the name of a court lady, and if the girl was a commoner, then she became a servant. In the long history of the Sterag Empire, there was only one case where the Emperor's beloved took her own life. The aristocrats, for whom a good name and honor were always more valuable than life, preferred the poison given by the Emperor's hands, considering it a worthy death. Because losing a title, becoming someone's servant, and enduring public contempt was another meaning of death. And this punishment for Lisbeth lasted a week. Maids and housewives beat her for every mistake. Liz asked Rihanna for help, but for this, she only received more beatings because she had no right to address Her Majesty so shamelessly. One day, the girl asked her servants to stop. She turned to her younger sister and told her that she had been working as a maid for several days, but that she still hadn't realized her situation. Then Rihanna ordered the maids to punish her until Lisbeth's eyes looked at her feet. That said, the Empress left the room, and the servants seemed happy that the lady had finally untied their hands. Lisbeth screamed, begging Rihanna for mercy, but all to no avail. Meanwhile, the Empress herself approached her husband and asked if he liked his decision regarding Liz. The girl said she couldn't even dream that the Queen would become her maid. Then she said that she knew that Duke of Kylan defended Lisbeth, apparently wanting to cooperate with her. Regana intended to carefully monitor her sister, and the Emperor could make a decision about her fate at any time. However, Alexander hoped that the decision would satisfy the Empress for another reason. Was it more fundamental? So far, the Queen had never answered for her sins, and the Emperor was very annoyed by this. He wanted her to know what shame was. Then he was curious to know what Rihanna really thought about this decision. So the girl said she could only be grateful that the man thought so. At that moment, a sharp pain pierced the Emperor's head. Rhea immediately ran to her husband. Apparently, he had not fully recovered yet, but he refused to go to the doctor. Rihanna was annoyed by this situation, so she asked Alexander not to act so hastily again, because helplessly watching her unconscious husband turned out to be much more painful for the girl than she thought. The Emperor said he thought the same when he did this. He was scared by the idea that Rhea might lose consciousness after a bowl of soup. The girl thought about it, and it turns out that the Emperor took poison for her own good. But in the end, he found himself in danger, and the Duke prevented the attempt to punish Lisbeth. And the reason, most likely, lies in the absence of an heir. Rihanna decided to tell her husband that the antidote the doctor prepared for her had taken effect. However, the girl asked the emperor to help her every night with the intention of conceiving a child. What happened made her realize that if she didn't give the man an heir, this would happen again. And again. Alexander agreed with her, and then the girl promised to visit the central palace starting the next night. But the man stopped her, telling her that he himself would go to the empress's palace. Soon, the incredible marital harmony in the imperial family was widely discussed in secular circles. However, Rihanna herself had nothing to say about it. Several days passed when the emperor began to visit her palace at night. But he never took off his clothes, let alone Rihanna's. However, the girl supported the rumors about her happy life and the imminent appearance of an heir. Then, one of the guests asked if it was true that the wine to be served at the foundational banquet was red wine Henry Grant. At that moment, a man approached the girls from behind, telling them that this banquet would be special. Since this was the first celebration in honor of the founding of the country, in which a female oracle would be present. This man was the emperor. He approached the girl and told her that he missed her very much. Which is why he came without an invitation. He invited Rihanna to enjoy a tea party organized for her together as a couple. Thus, the couple spent the evening in each other's company. When the tea party came to an end, the young people said they were very happy to spend the evening together. Then the man hugged Rihanna and hugged her tightly. The girl blushed with shame, and then Alexander said he would wait for her at night. He said that the foundational banquet would take place soon, so he had to be the first to leave that evening. And with that he left. Rhea smiled warmly at him, bidding farewell to the evening. At night, the girl said she was very happy with the emperor's presence at the tea party. She also asked her husband not to try too hard in preparing the banquet, because he was not yet fully strengthened. Alexander smiled upon noticing his wife's consideration. Then Rhea asked the emperor why he decided to prepare wine for the celebration, because the man didn't like it. But the emperor replied that it would be enough for him to take it out of his body immediately after drinking it. An awkward silence fell between the spouses, and then the girl asked if there was a reason why the man couldn't drink wine. After a short pause, the emperor replied that the reason for this was murder. He said that his father poisoned his mother. He wanted to make his mistress the empress. One day, at a joint dinner, a man invited everyone to drink red wine. Liliana could be in her husband's presence for the first time in a long time. And so she accepted. That same night, her condition drastically worsened, and less than a day later she died. And since then, Alexander remembered her when he saw red wine. It seemed to him that he too would soon become like that. After all, there is nothing more painful than being betrayed by those you trusted and loved. Rihanna immediately thought of George and Lisbeth. She also knew this feeling, and moreover, all this happened in front of His Majesty. Soon Prince Albert was born into the imperial family, the son of a mistress who took the empress's name. Then Rihanna realized that this was probably the reason for such a friendly attitude towards her. The girl said she didn't want to see the emperor force himself to drink wine, let alone try to get it out of his body. At that moment, the man looked very ill. So Rhea took Alexander's hand and told him that she would find another way to help him cope with this. Everyone in the palace had already given up, but she was not going to leave everything like this. Then the emperor asked the girl why she was trying so hard. Clenching her fists, Rihanna replied that she and the man were comrades who should help each other. So they see nothing strange in this. The next morning, Margaret ran to the couple's chambers. The emperor was no longer sleeping. But with a gesture, he asked the girl not to shout too loudly. Then the maid saw Rihanna, who was sleeping peacefully in the emperor's arm, and hastily left the room. The man leaned towards his wife, practically touching her cheek with his nose. And at that moment, the girl opened her eyes. Alexander was embarrassed. He didn't expect Rhea to wake up so quickly, but he said that His Majesty was insultingly beautiful in the morning. Immediately after this, Rihanna fell asleep, and the man just kept admiring his sleeping wife. When the empress woke up, she headed to her office. A surprised Margaret was already waiting for her, as she had witnessed their joint awakening. She told the lady that the emperor had been looking at her, with incredibly tender eyes all morning. The maid suggested that if everything continued like this, perhaps the ruler would fall in love with the girl. And although Rihanna smiled at the girl, she herself thought this was almost impossible. Meanwhile, the long-awaited day of the banquet, celebrating the founding of the empire, has arrived. The emperor and the empress were sitting at the same table, and then the man asked her if she had found a way to get rid of her wound. Rihanna said she didn't know yet how important it was, but she had a way. Then she handed him a special handmade and custom-made glass of wine. If poison is mixed with the wine, the color of the glass will change, and Alexander will understand everything immediately. Soon it was time for the farewell words of His Majesty, the Emperor. The man suggested raising glasses in praise of Esterach's prosperity. The man brought the glass to his lips. Its color did not change in any way. Rihanna, seeing this, was very happy, because now her husband didn't have to worry about this. Meanwhile, Lisbeth was fulfilling her duties as a maid. The guests were discussing her behind her back, saying they would rather commit suicide than live such a shameful fate. The girl heard all this. She was furious that these nobodies dared to talk about her like that. She was going to give everyone what they deserved as soon as she regained her title. They won't be able to break her, because she is the noble queen of the empire. Lisbeth was distracted from her thoughts by Diana, who handed the girl a letter saying it was from the Duke of Kylan, Prince Albert's uncle. The maid reported that he was the only one who voted against Lisbeth's deposition. And now he has promised to help the queen regain her status. Lisbeth decided that in this case, she should give the Duke a good gift. Meanwhile, Rihanna pointed out that out of all the banquet guests, she couldn't greet only Prince Albert. Alexander wondered why she needed him, but the girl said she just wanted to see him, since they wouldn't have another chance. Then she asked if the emperor really didn't want her to communicate with the prince. Without waiting for her husband's answer, the girl said she would be his empress until the end of her days, and that she was not going to give the child to another man. The emperor asked her if she really thought that was the case. However, the next moment, her cheeks turned red. She said she felt hot and asked to go out for some fresh air. The man surrounded his wife and headed for the balcony, trying to cover his cheeks with his hand. When the couple reached the balcony, Rihanna noticed that the emperor was drinking a lot of wine, and then asked him how he felt. The man said he was fine, but he felt flattered that the girl was so worried about him. Rihanna said she had to drink because of him, but Alexander interrupted her because he didn't drink under pressure. And now his health was normal. He noticed with a smile how attentive the girl was to him. After all, he had to make a great effort to help her cope with the injury. So Rhea said that the emperor himself did the same for her. The man became embarrassed. His cheeks flushed again, and he looked away. Rihanna remembered how he gave her flowers. He accompanied her to the shelter and, in general, saved her reputation. Therefore, she felt the same as the emperor. Alexander's cheeks kept turning red. He couldn't understand why this was happening. Had he really drunk too much alcohol? Then he asked the girl if she had ever attended a foundational celebration. Rhea replied that when she was a child, the streets were very fun that day. Then the emperor asked if she would like to go out now. She would like them to walk through the city together. The man said he had a passage that only he knew, so they could use it without fear. Soon the couple left the palace and headed on horseback to the city center. Rihanna said that His Majesty controlled the animal so well that she even forgot she was sitting astride. Then the man said that if they didn't want to be caught, they should head there another way. He told Rihanna that it was okay, she could call him by his name. Blushing, the girl timidly said her husband's name, Alexander. The man smiled, because the girl looked as if she was saying his name for the first time. But Rhea explained, saying that it wasn't customary to call His Majesty by his name. Then the emperor asked her to call him Alex, as Alexander sounds too long. Then the man took his wife's hand. The girl asked where His Majesty was taking her. The emperor smiled back and told her she could just call him Alex, not mentioning his title. Meanwhile, in the city, the holidays were in full swing. The couple enjoyed each other's company, not realizing how time was passing. Soon they sat on the grass to try local delicacies. One of the sweets fell into Rihanna's palm. The man gently took her wrist, licking the spot where the treat had fallen. The girl was surprised and immediately blushed, but Alex didn't reply, just smiled gently. The next moment, as the fireworks began, the couple was locked in a tender kiss. They continued kissing until the sound of firecrackers died down. When everything was over, the couple moved away a little, feeling a strong wave of shame. Then Alexander asked to think of all this as practice, because Rihanna herself asked him to spend time with her every night. So far, they had only held hands, and the man felt it was time to take things to the next level. However, they were already late for the holidays, so Alex invited the girl to return. Rhea held his hand, and they headed for the palace. The girl thought that even after learning about George's betrayal, she didn't feel this way. So she only felt betrayal, but it wasn't as painful or upsetting. But in the end, she couldn't believe it. Had she really fallen in love with His Majesty? Rihanna was distracted from her thoughts when a stranger bumped into her. Alexander immediately hugged his wife when he was sure everything was fine with her. The stranger apologized for her ignorance. It was an older woman with dark hair. Her face seemed familiar to Rihanna. It was Lisbeth's nanny. However, before the Empress had time to say a word, the woman immediately ran away and disappeared into the crowd. The Emperor didn't understand what was happening, but his wife assured him that everything was fine. Then they held hands and continued their way back to the palace. But Rhea still couldn't take her eyes off the woman. After a while, they returned to the banquet. At that moment, Lord Kane, out of breath, ran to them and told them that the aristocrats had caused a commotion when they heard about the Empress. Soon a council was convened. The aristocrats were perplexed as to why accusations were being brought against the Empress. After all, she couldn't deceive the entire empire. Then, Duke of Kylan said that Rihanna was apparently infertile and that he was willing to provide evidence. The next moment, a huge pile of papers was placed on the emperor's desk. Killan said that it wasn't difficult for him to find evidence because it was in Earl Royden's house. In his chambers, it was said that the glass Rihanna drank from had been filled with poison for a long time. So enough toxic substances remained in it that allowed the poison to be detected. If a certain amount of this poison is taken, side effects can occur, including infertility, so the evidence also included a medical report. Then Duke Kylan asked the emperor why he looked so peaceful in such a situation. He asked if the ruler knew about all this, to which Alexander replied that all this was just speculation. Then Kylan said that there was only one moon in the empire. Maybe that's why there would be some trouble between the two princes. After all, everyone knew that the emperor spent every night with his wife. But it was in vain, and therefore, for the sake of stability and maintaining the traditions of the empire, it was worth restoring the queen to her status. Then Alexander couldn't stand it and said he wasn't going to listen to him anymore. However, Kylan did not give up. He said that the emperor should spend nights with the queen. Otherwise, the entire empire will find out about the empress's infertility. The next day, Alexander came to Rihanna's office. The girl already knew that the queen had regained her rights. The man knew that no matter what he said, it would sound like an excuse, but the Duke of Kylan resorted to a veiled threat. If he hadn't reinstated the queen and returned her to the palace, Kylan would have made public the fact of the empress's infertility. And as a result, the emperor couldn't fulfill the promise he made to his wife. Alexander said he had nothing to object to, then he apologized and headed for the exit. Rajana looked at him tiredly. However, at that moment, she decided that she could no longer remain silent. She ran after the emperor and asked him if this was his way of protecting her. The girl said it wasn't necessary, because now it didn't matter if it was all an agreement or a promise. The fact is that she couldn't protect the man either. So the girl approached the emperor and told him that she had fallen in love with His Majesty. Rihanna, gently taking the man's hand, asked him not to share the bed with the queen. However, as soon as Alexander heard about love, memories immediately flooded him. He remembered how his mother, crying, shouted at her husband that he swore to love her, to which the man just laughed. At that moment, little Alexander entered the room, finding his mother on the floor, all crying. Then the emperor told Rihanna that he couldn't accept her feelings. He apologized to the girl and then left, leaving her in peace. At that moment, Lisbeth came out from around the corner. She noticed that the empress was too pale. The girl didn't want formal greetings, as her older sister already knew that she hadn't had a good life all this time. Lisbeth said that Rhea must have already decided that she would become the only empress, stripping her of the title. However, now the empress had nothing to worry about, because the queen was going to give the emperor a child. So the girl said she was going to get ready for the next night with the ruler, leaving her sister alone. A week had passed since that moment. It was the eve of Alexander and Lisbeth's joint night. She was sitting in her office. Rihanna thought that during all this time, His Majesty hadn't visited her. Suddenly, she realized that the portrait of her and her husband together was tilting again. When the girl approached to straighten the painting, she noticed something strange behind it. It was a secret safe, and there was something inside. Rihanna immediately called Margaret to open it and take out the contents. There was a box in the secret compartment. Inside there were several boxes and a book, which Rhea immediately rushed to open. Margaret asked what the lady was reading. However, the empress left this question unanswered and asked the maid to urgently find a person. It was Anna, the same woman in the cloak. She knew Lisbeth's biological mother. Alexander, meanwhile, walked thoughtfully through the palace corridors. Thoughts about his last meeting with Rihanna, how she confessed her love to him, flooded him. It was the first time he had seen that expression on her face. Suddenly, something stabbed him in the chest. It was a completely new sensation for him. He couldn't understand its nature. Suddenly, Elizabeth's housekeeper ran up to him. She reported that Her Majesty, the Empress, had ordered her to be ready to leave the palace. The woman did not know what was happening, but it seems Rihanna wanted to find someone. She left a message to the servants asking everyone to trust her. And just wait. Isabel asked the emperor if he knew the reason why the empress left so hastily. To which the man replied that she had confessed her love to him. The housekeeper replied that the man seemed to share those feelings. However, Alexander himself believed that he did not deserve it. Then the woman said that the man always looks at Rihanna with a kind look and gentle, and his feelings are so obvious that they are visible to absolutely everyone in the palace. Alexander replied that his father also married his mother out of love, but their end was not sweet. The man believed that he inherited his father's blood. And in the end, he will end up hurting Rihanna and making her unhappy. Then Elizabeth asked why he thought Lady Liliana was unhappy. Of course, the late emperor hurt her feelings with his passion for other women. But the lady always said she was happy. After all, Liliana had her son Alexander. Every step of his, every hug made the lady smile. She said she felt love and would like her son to know the same feelings in the future. Alexander couldn't believe that his mother, after experiencing so much misfortune, still loved him. Tears suddenly ran down his cheeks. Then the housekeeper said that love has different forms. But Lady Liliana never stopped loving her son until the end. The man thanked Elizabeth. He needed to hear these words, because the weight of his guilt for not being able to save his mother was too great. The woman told him that for him, nothing was over yet. His feelings for the Empress were mutual, but that he should stop being afraid of them. Elizabeth believed that Rihanna would definitely understand Alexander. Then the man thanked the woman wholeheartedly, smiling widely at her. When the day came to spend the night together, Duke of Kylan congratulated Elizabeth. The girl said that if she takes the step and gives the emperor an heir, she will never forget the man's mercy. Then Kylan said that the queen misunderstood him, because it was not up to her to give birth to the heir. The emperor would never allow it. He advised Liz to do what she had done before. Then he pulled a small box from his pocket containing a needle. And with this needle, washed with poison, Lisbeth will have to poison the emperor. The girl immediately screamed. She was surprised that the Duke dared to offer her such a thing. Kylan just smiled, because for the girl this would be a very feasible task. She would just need to deal with the emperor. And then the Duke would make Lisbeth the Empress of Esterach. He will place Prince Albert on the throne, and the girl will be the sole moon of Esterach. Then Liz thought that not Rihanna, but she herself could become empress, the most noble woman in the empire. The girl remembered how, when she was a child, Rhea told her about the cuckoo, a bird that secretly lays its eggs in the nests of other people. A cuckoo that has just hatched from the egg instinctively drops all the other eggs. This is a survival instinct. And if left alone, the cuckoo pretends to be a real chick. It lives in the nest and feeds only itself. So the girls were very amazed by this fact. However, Lisbeth now saw nothing strange in this. She herself grew up not knowing who she really was. Lisbeth always had to work hard to achieve something. But why did everything come so easily to Rihanna? The girl would like to be Lisbeth Norden from the beginning, but Rihanna has always been a true daughter. But now the girl intended to represent the Norden family, because only she would remain. Lisbeth Norden. At that moment, Rihanna and Margaret, along with a detachment of guards, were heading back to the palace. The girl carried a stack of papers with her. She could finally reveal the truth, but she had to hurry to put everything in its place. Meanwhile, Isabel entered the emperor's chambers. The man pointed out that she must be in a good mood, because in the end she achieved what she wanted. However, the girl smiled and said that she was just fulfilling her destiny. And since the man decided to share the bed with her, they should have started doing so. As they sat on the bed, Liz asked the emperor to relax. The girl approached him and hugged him tightly. She immediately pulled a poisoned needle from her sleeve and aimed directly at Alexander's body. At that moment, Rihanna burst into the room. The man did not expect to see the empress here. However, he realized that something was wrong and immediately pulled Lisbeth away from him. Rihanna ran to her husband and asked if he had suffered at the hands of her sister. But the man hurried to assure her that the queen did not have time to harm him. But the empress made him wait too long. So the girl said that she arrived a little late due to the search. At that moment, Lisbeth ran towards them, shouted furiously. She and the emperor were about to share a bed, and her sister interrupted them. Then Rihanna approached her and slapped her hard on the cheek. The girl said that Lisbeth could no longer hide her secret. The queen screamed hysterically, saying she didn't understand what they were talking about. Rihanna shouted at her. She was quite tired of this whole act. She ordered her sister to immediately tell the whole truth. Then Lisbeth got up and put a smile on her face, saying that she didn't understand what the empress was implying. Rihanna shot her a murderous look, saying she didn't expect her sister to refuse the last chance they were giving her. Then she turned to the emperor and told him that they needed to go to the conference room urgently and summon all the aristocracy. Soon the council gathered, and they brought Lisbeth there tied up. Kylan cursed the girl silently because he expected her to have completed her task already. Then the Marquis of Beijing, also present at the council, asked the empress to explain why they had gathered. But the Duke of Beijing interrupted him by shouting that all this was outrageous, that the entire aristocracy was forced to come here at such a late hour. Rihanna said, with a grim look, that everyone owed an urgent matter for such a sudden meeting. She said the matter concerned the queen. The girl pointed at Lisbeth, saying that she killed her father and also tried to kill her. But the list of crimes does not end there. The queen also deceived the Esteraku imperial family. Kylan chuckled, saying it was a thing of the past and that everything sounded like a mistake. But Rihanna assured him that there could be no mistake. Firstly, the criminal hid the fact that she was not a member of the Norden family. The council members were completely confused. Who could this woman be if not Norden? And how did the empress know about this? Then Rihanna asked to bring a witness. The same woman Rhea had found in the city entered the room. Lisbeth recognized her as her nanny. Then the empress introduced this woman to the council, saying that this was the midwife. Her Anna Brown, who came from a family of traitors that was wiped off the face of the earth 23 years ago. And the queen's real name is Lisbeth Brown. Therefore, the queen had nothing to do with the prophecy. At that moment, Lisbeth shouted, saying that witnesses could be manipulated. And she demanded proof that she was not a member of the Norden family. Then, Rihanna pointed to the available evidence: a seal ring that once belonged to the Brown family, as well as a diary left by Empress Liliana. In the Empress's palace, Rihanna noticed that the walls in a certain place were quite thin. So she decided to examine them. Inside, the girl found a safe. It seemed that Empress Liliana had specially arranged a secluded place that no one would know about. Then, with the Emperor's permission, Rihanna decided to read the contents of the diary. The book read as follows: Brown. Emperor Richard Primy and Duke of Kylan were observing the walk of the two friends at that moment. He told the ruler that next to the Empress was the wife of Count Brown, in whom Liliana completely trusted and made her personal maid. Richard noticed that his wife took the wife of an aristocrat as a maid, and Kylan reported that the aristocrats were now behaving extremely suspiciously. Moreover, the Empress began to spend time frequently in the company of Duke Brown. Then the man suggested that the Emperor put an end to this suspicious relationship, because it would discredit his authority in the eyes of his subjects. After all, Richard was the son of the Empire. Soon Mrs. Brown was accused of treason. No matter how hard she tried to prove her innocence, the Empress was not allowed to do anything. She was forced to watch as the guards took away her friend. That same day, the Brown family was wiped off the face of the earth. Then Kylan approached the Empress to express his condolences. However, due to his deep concern for Liliana, he decided to assign her sister as her personal maid. Then the girl greeted the Empress, introducing herself as Rosalind Kylan. Liliana gave a fleeting smile to the new maid and then asked to be left alone. She wanted to rest. Finally, the Duke of Kylan asked her to take care of his sister. Rosaline was brought to Liliana as a new maid, but the Empress was not worried about her at all. And Rosaline herself didn't care about the Empress. Seeing how the girl spoke sweetly to her husband, the Emperor, Liliana only noticed that everything was disgusting. After a while, a man came to the Empress. He informed her that Count Brown's daughter had survived. This man was Count Norden. He informed her that he managed to save her. Then Liliana asked him to take care of the girl as if she were her own daughter, and when the time came, she would like to meet her. The notes in the diary ended there, and this can only mean that His Majesty, Empress Liliana, died immediately after writing this. Thus, two women from the Brown family, accused of treason, thanks to the help of the Norden family, were able to survive and avoid their fate. When Lisbeth realized that Duke of Kylan had killed her parents, she screamed because getting rid of her family wasn't enough for him, and now he decided to set a trap for her and use her himself. The Duke immediately shouted at the girl, telling her to shut up. Then Liz said that she also had something to say. Diana, the maid working in the Queen's palace, was the Duke's henchman. Moreover, the Duke forced her to try to assassinate the Emperor. Lisbeth also said that she had evidence. The poisoned needle is now under His Majesty's bed, and if an investigation into the origin of the poison is carried out, all traces will lead to Kylan. Alexander immediately sent guards to look for the needle. They soon found it and took it to the council hall. Then the Emperor was ready to sentence both criminals at once. What happened to the Brown family is horrible, but this does not exempt Lisbeth Brown from responsibility for the murder of Count Norden and for the attempted assassination of Empress Rihanna Norden. And this is not to mention his complicity in the assassination attempt on the Emperor himself. Thus, due to the seriousness of the crimes, Lisbeth Brown is sentenced to death, which will be carried out in 5 days. The girl immediately started struggling and crying. She begged the Emperor for mercy, saying she was just a victim who was being used. However, the guards took the girl away, and then it was Kylan's turn. Quillen urged the man not to believe the words of this wicked girl, and he himself dedicated his entire life only to the Esterach family. But Alexander did not want to listen to his excuses. He ordered the Duke to be imprisoned. He will be executed with Lisbeth Brown in front of the entire empire. Quillen shouted, asking the Emperor to think of Prince Albert, because he would be left alone in the imperial palace without his own blood. Then Alexander looked at him gloomily, ordering him to remain silent until he was executed right there. Duke Keelan tried to escape the guard's hands, but in vain. Finally, he shouted that he should have gotten rid of the emperor much sooner. The throne of this country belongs to Albert, not him. When everything was over, Alexander and Rihanna left the hall. As they walked down the corridor, Prince Albert ran out to meet them. And he announced to them that he had something to tell his older brother. Then the emperor said he wouldn't let his uncle go. Besides, he should have done it sooner, and not have brought the situation to such a state. However, Prince Albert said it was not too late to fix things. The young man said his older brother could expel him right now. Alexander was surprised. He didn't understand what Albert was doing at that moment. But then the prince said that his destiny had been fulfilled, because until now he had remained in the palace to protect the emperor. He recalled how once, in his childhood, he approached his older brother. Back then, they met every day in a dilapidated hut because his mother didn't want him to be friends with his brother. But one day, something happened. The children were going out to have fun, and Albert invited his brother to play with swords. He said he left his sword here last time and immediately ran to get it. However, at that moment, the boards under his feet cracked, and he fell into a deep hole. Albert asked his older brother for help because he was very scared. Then Alexander said he would definitely get him out and ran to ask the empress for help. However, no one came to save the child that day. Alexander couldn't believe it because he personally told the empress everything. But it turned out that he was only convinced that someone had been sent to help Albert. And then they strictly ordered him to go to bed. In fact, the boy was taken out only the next day, and then his mother, the empress, called him. She lied, saying that Alexander told her nothing. She was afraid that her younger brother would take the throne from him, and that's why she hated him. Rihanna couldn't believe what she was hearing. Rosalind endangered her own son to worsen the relationship with her brother. So Albert said that because of this, he began to avoid Alexander, but he soon found out the truth. Then the emperor asked his brother why he hadn't said anything all this time, why he allowed him to hate him. Albert replied that it was better. Because due to his uncle, Alexander lost his own mother, and his life was in danger. And it seemed that only hatred could help his younger brother cope with this. He wanted to be there and protect Alexander in no other way. But now that everything was over, Albert wanted the emperor to let him go. He didn't want to leave remorse. Otherwise, it would happen again and again. However, Alexander did not give him permission to leave the palace. He ordered Albert to stay here to atone for his uncle's sins. His younger brother must stay here and prove his loyalty to the palace. Only then could he be forgiven. After some time, the execution of the criminals took place. People were furious when they learned of Lisbeth's crime. No one objected to the death penalty. And finally, everything ended. After all this, when Rihanna and her husband were walking in the garden, Alexander said that now both count in order and his mother could rest in peace. He asked the girl why she didn't come to the execution with him, and Rhea replied that the emperor needed time, because he had to go through a lot in such a short time. Alexander agreed he needed time to accept the truth and forgive. Only then could he live more peacefully. So he began to read his mother's diary, in which she kept feelings for him. His first steps, first words, all the love Alexander received in childhood is conveyed in the diary. His mother wanted him to become someone who could love completely. Not a great emperor, and that's why she wants him to follow the path she desires. Then the man said that he was a little late, but that he still wanted to give Rihanna his answer. He said that he shared her feelings with all his heart. He now realized that he truly loved Rihanna. Meanwhile, 2 years have passed, and the imperial family has just decided to go on honeymoon. Margaret noticed that even for His Majesty this was too much. But Rihanna said that Alexander was busy all this time because they had a new member in the family. Baby Riel was also planning to go on a trip with his parents. Thus, 2 years ago justice was done, and Rihanna and Alexander were still married for 3 years.